Okay, maybe now it's loaded. This whole time I thought it was already live. So I'm gonna test out and make sure I'm not echoing. If I'm echoing, somebody let me know that I'm echoing. But this is an open discussion. Obviously, we're gonna keep it respectful, you guys. Nothing nasty, that drama, and it's not loading. I wonder. So this is my first live. Okay, let me see. There's a lag on here. Let me see 1 second. So I'm gonna test it. There's a lag on it. Let me see 1 second. So I'm gonna test it. Okay, it's working. I mean, there's a lag on here, but it's okay. Okay. So yeah, you guys, open discussion. If you guys want to speak about anything that's on your mind, anything pertaining to this case, if you guys want to join me up on the panel, let me know. I'll put the link in. Let me see. Like I said, it's my first time doing this live, so hopefully it all works out. Now let me see how to put the link in here really quickly. Am I echoing, you guys? Do you guys hear an echo? Do you guys hear an echo at all? Let me know. And if you guys want to come speak on here, no, you sound fine. Okay, if you guys want to join and you guys want to speak on here, let me go ahead and add the link really quickly. I'm trying to get the link put in here and it's not letting me. Hold on, guys. Give me a second because I'm probably going to have to manually type that in. So let me get a quick picture of it really quickly. I'm gonna type it in because it's not letting me copy it to the clipboard. So how's everybody doing tonight? Crazy week. It's been a crazy week. It really has been. There hasn't been too many major things, but I mean Bakersfield did take over. That's pretty major because that is what we wanted from the beginning. They should have took over a long time ago. That's what I feel. Who else feels like Bakersfield should have took over? I feel like we are getting something now that they've taken over because it hasn't been confirmed as far as I know. I'm still waiting for Bayon Wang to message me back as far as what was happening at the West House today, saying that there was somebody arrested. I don't believe anybody was arrested. Somebody might have been taken in for questioning. I don't know. That has not been confirmed yet. On my side, personally, I am waiting for him to get back to me on that. Sorry, guys. I am trying to. Hopefully, I can get this working for you guys. I don't know if it's the computer or what it is. Okay, let's see if that works. No, it didn't work, did it? Did that link work, or is it just... Let me know if you guys can click on that link. I don't think it did send it right. Robert's girl, hello. Catherine, hello. Can you guys let me know if the link worked? I'm not sure if it's working. It's not letting me. It's not letting me post it. So, let me know if that link is clickable, because I don't know. If not, I have no idea what's going on with it. I believe so. I believe it is. Yep. Okay, yeah, Catherine. Okay, so it is working. Because I believe you do have to use your, or you don't have to use your camera actually. If you want to join, you do have to use your mic, but not your camera. Okay, so it is clickable. What? Let's see. Yeah, if it's clickable, it's working. I mean, if it asks you to use your mic and your camera, I believe it is working, yeah. If you want to join, go ahead and feel free to join. If there's anything specific you guys want to talk about. Like I said, it's been a busy week. Bakersfield took over the case. There was that interview with Chief John Walker before Bakersfield had taken over. I believe it was before Bakersfield took over. And there was quite a few things that he did throw out there as far as, let me see, as far as, I don't want to misquote anything, so let me see exactly what it said. They said, well, this is actually the press release, and then this is from, okay, this is from Bakersfield. So this is once Bakersfield took over the case. I was reading it, and I mean, due to facts now known to investigators, is what got me. And it's like, what is now known? What do they know now that they didn't know before? Is it one of the houses in here? Is it somebody from Bakersfield? Yeah, definitely has been a roller coaster for sure. I mean, there's been so many things going on. So many things going on. And then, of course, there's so many things that we don't know that they're not able to tell us. But the big piece of information that we got was that Bakersfield took over the case. But I don't know if you can see. I'm sure all of you guys have already seen this here. Let me see. Right. I'm sure all of you guys have seen this already. But there were a few things in here. Like I said, due to facts now known to investigators. So what facts are now known that they didn't know before, because this whole entire time Bakersfield has been involved. And then with the interview with Chief John Walker before this was released, he did say there were 5 agencies involved, and that would have been California City Police, Bakersfield Police, Kern County Sheriff's Office, the FBI, and I think the fifth one was Kern County District Attorneys, I believe. So there was already 5. Is there still 5? I believe so, because they did say that they are going to keep California. I don't know if they're going to keep California City in the loop or if they're still on this case. Um, Being that that's where they were reported missing from, I think yes, they should remain on the case, and I think that they still are on the case, if I'm not mistaken. And then he mentioned, was it him that mentioned the search warrants? Over 20 search warrants or something like that was served. Um, or that information was released somewhere. Somebody had said 26. Yeah, as far as Walmart goes and handing out flyers, I've actually given a couple. There's how many Walmarts are here? One, two, three, four. As far as the bigger ones go, I think there's a lot, there's more grocery Walmarts, but as far as the bigger Walmarts go, I know Gosford and the one on the east side, Fashion, I think it's called. I handed employees flyers from there because I've had quite a few flyers, and then we're also we're also in the process of getting new flyers out. Now it's different with different employees at Walmart. You're gonna get different stories because some of those employees do say, "No, you know what I mean. We can't post them up here." Some of them say, "Yes, go ahead and post them up here." If I'm not mistaken, every Walmart has that poster, like a big bulletin board where they have the missing people. They do blend in with the customers. I was actually going in there, putting them on the shelves. I wasn't taping them on the shelves because that's what I wanted to do, but I also didn't want to get in trouble for it. But so I did give them to the employees. Like I said, it depends what employee you talk to. Some will allow you to put it there by the bulletin board, and then they have to open it up because it's glass, and then they'll post it in there themselves. Then other employees say no, it's up to the owner and things like that. So I updated. Let me show you guys. I haven't got these printed out yet, but these. This is this is the English one. Sorry, my phone. You can't really see it all very well. So this is there's multiples. They're not just this one. This is just the one that I made, and I hope to go post up. And I made this one because it has the van, it has the adoptive parents. It also has Jacqueline. I believe she has shorter hair in this picture. So they look a little bit younger in one of the photos. The van is the van that when it was parked out on the Aspen house before um, they confiscated it. Yeah, there's a lot of undercover security in Walmart, and they walk around like um, just like us in normal clothes and stuff like that. So if you see somebody stalking you at Walmart, probably employee. Loss prevention. Her dog got thrown in the pen today. Wonder if it was true. Yes, that is true. Um, I don't want to say anything negative. Um, yeah, as far as I know, he went to jail. And then he was out fairly quickly. Um, I mean, I watched probably the same videos you guys did as well about the whole situation, and yeah, yeah, they took him in, and then he's out. Right. I mean, you would think that you don't need a picture of Jacqueline. I feel like it's helpful to have a picture of Jacqueline and Trezell, both of them. Um, we don't have new pictures of the babies. No, that's what we need. That's what we're hoping for. Um, Here shortly, I'm actually going to go down to the police department myself and ask for pictures. And hopefully, if we get enough people out there and enough voices out there, I don't know if they already have them, but it's definitely an issue that needs to be pressed for sure. Because this is my thing as far as pictures go. On the day of their interview, their excuse of as to why they didn't have updated pictures was because their tech, cell phones, computers, whatever it may be, was confiscated. Now, me myself, I'm an Android user, but I believe even when it comes to Apple, you guys have that like iCloud where it stores your pictures. Me personally, my Google Photos, if my phone was to get taken now, all I would have to do is sign in on somebody else's computer or somebody else's laptop or something like that, and I have access to all my photos. So releasing pictures shouldn't have been an issue to begin with. Um, why they won't release them, I don't know. Maybe they don't have any. I don't know why they wouldn't release any new pictures of the boys. Like I said, they obviously have access to them because even if your phones are taken, you're still going to have those pictures. All you got to do is log into your account and all your pictures are there. Do you know what happened to the boys' balloons that were tied to the West Grandma's gate? I noticed on a video today it was taken down. I was actually out there today as well. They're all gone. All of them are. There is well, I should have took a picture. I was going to of the gate. Let me see if I can get into it. I recorded a little bit of it. No, the balloons, they're all gone. I don't know what happened to them. I know before they were getting taken down as well. Like they didn't like those balloons on their fence, but there were big green and I believe even a couple of blue ones hanging up over there. They had writings on them and everything, and they're gone. Let me just pause this. This is what the front of their house looks like as of today. Let me brighten my phone up. There's no balloon. There were no balloons out there on the gate. They were all tied up on the gate. Now there's none there. There's still a photo. There's still a picture in there. It's one of the missing, the posters. They're missing. Just stating they're missing and the description and where they were missing from and who to contact and things like that. But as far as the balloons go, no. I was sad to see that they were gone actually because it looked beautiful. It looked so beautiful when they were up and they had all the candles down there. Even if the candles weren't lit, it was just it was beautiful. I would go add my own candles out there too. As far as I know, they did leave them up for a good minute though, but I don't see them deflated or hanging or the strings. So I'm thinking they did cut them off the fence. Yeah. What does she look like now? What does who look like now? Are you talking about Jacqueline? If you're talking about Jacqueline, I don't know, Catherine, because I haven't seen her. Um, Jacqueline and her family, they seem to like to stay inside and not come out. Um, and they do live in a gated apartment complex also. So compared to the West House, it is a little bit different. So yes, as far if you're talking about Jacqueline, I don't know. Um, I don't know that anybody has spotted her besides, those that surveillance tape that caught her and Giselle, if it was them in the exotic shop. Yeah, Robert's girl. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't know about this case. You live in New York City. I know there's actually quite a few people following the story that are in New York City as well, or New York in general. Um, we had about 8,000 flyers printed out, and I handed out personally 6,000, yeah, close to 6,000, or if not all 6,000. And that was in Bakersfield alone. And so many people in Bakersfield, I was surprised. So many of them did not know about the case. They hadn't heard about the case. And when I was handing them the flyers, they were like, "What is this? What's going on? Who are these?" A lot of people, they were like, "Oh my gosh, it's the boys." Yes, and I gave them extra flyers to hand out as well and things like that. But even locally in Bakersfield, there's a lot of people who still don't know about this case. As crazy as it sounds, it's true. Um, Heather, right? Yeah, pictures from 15 years ago backed up on Google exactly, and that's what I mean. Um, if they truly have these updated photos, and you think the boys go missing December, right? So you had October, Halloween. Even with quarantine, um, you might dress your kid, maybe not everybody, but like we did. We still dress our kids up. We still let them do like a little carnival thing in our own backyard. A lot of people did still go trick or treating, and on Halloween, you take photos. Then there's Thanksgiving. You take photos for Thanksgiving. Now, the pictures we have is Thanksgiving 2019. So there should definitely be updated photos. Plus, you have children. You're supposed to be taking photos often. I mean, it's not even like you're supposed to be. It's a habit. Our kids do cute things. We pull our phones out. We take pictures of them. We take videos of them. It'd be nice to see a video as well as updated photos. But I mean, they're not even giving us that. Pink World. Yeah, you left your gifts on that gate. Besides Cal City, that is sad. You're right. I mean, yeah, a lot of people left their things out there, and nothing's there. Nothing is out there. There's, like I'm telling you, there are a couple small little things. It's surrounding the missing, the photos of the boys, the missing poster. Other than that, everything's gone. All the candles have been gone. The last time, besides today when I was out there, the last time I went to go leave a candle out there, a lot of those candles were busted. Um, the time before that, I went out there was one busted. And then I went out there again, and then, oops. Yeah, but they're being busted and everything else. And then you know what, Catherine? Actually, as far as your comment goes, some of these, I don't know what year their vehicle was, but some of these actually do have GPS trackers in them. A lot of cars that have GPS systems, I don't know how far back the year goes or anything like that, but a lot of these cars with the GPS systems in them have tracking devices in them. But of course, even if they have tracking devices in them, we're not going to get that information. They might know that information. They might have pulled that information already. But, unfortunately, they're not going to give us that information, even if they do know it. There's a lot of information that they know, I'm sure of, that they're not going to give us. If you saw the boys there, you would freak out. Yeah, what would you guys do if you seen the boys there? What would you guys do? Like, I would snatch them up and put them in your car and go around the block or something and call sheriffs, or would you put them in your car and run down to the sheriff's office? I mean, a million things. I think about that often, and a million things go through my mind, and I'm just like, I would freak out too. Yeah. Today, as it is, when we're over there, the neighbors gave me access to their backyard, and the West didn't like that. I started calling. They were banging on the door. They were closing their windows because they were chatting. Not that we could hear what they were saying or anything, and they were like banging on their back door. They weren't showing their faces or anything like that. But so we started calling for their names. If you guys can hear us, we're here. Are you guys here? And I also was telling them the West family, like, do you guys want to help us search? I have flyers. If you guys want to put the flyers up, I have plenty of them. Do you guys want to say anything to the community? Do you guys want to help us search? I just kept repeating myself. And I have flyers. If you guys want some, you guys could go put the flyers up. They didn't come out. They started banging on the door. Then they like triggered an alarm system or something like that to keep going off. So, do I know anybody that's a nurse in California? In California in general, or California City? I mean, Bakersfield, it's big and it's small at the same time. Um, why a nurse pertaining to what exactly, Catherine? Um, I mean, I'm sure I could get in contact with one if I need to. Pink World, yeah, I know. I know. I don't really put my face out there. I don't put my face. This is my first live, and I still don't even know what I'm doing here. As far as like my searches and stuff like that go, um, I got a lot of backlash for what I was doing. Not that I should pay attention to it, anyways, because who cares what people think or people say. I'm still getting constant notifications and comments and stuff like that, and I'm just like, wow. Um, it's crazy how many negatives you get when you do a positive, and I'm not sure why people like to attack other people who are out searching and doing good. Me personally, I don't have no relationship to the boys whatsoever, no relationship to the families. This I live in Bakersfield, and this case hits home, and I tell my family, because my family was also like, you're so invested in this, like, why do you feel so connected to this? And like I tell them, I have kids of my own. What if it was my children who came up missing? Like, I would want the whole community out there searching too. Like, it's not just our family. I would want people posting flyers and getting them printed out and going out of their way, because maybe I couldn't do it on my own. I'm one person, and then I have my family. Well, when you have an outcry from the community, 10 times, it makes a big, big difference. I mean, we're out there protesting. That gives us an even bigger voice when the community is working together. Um, so that's why I'm connected to this case, because not only is it their children. I mean, as a mom, and even if you're not a parent, their children. Of course, everybody's gonna have a heart when it comes to children. It hit me hard because this is my community. Me personally, I don't believe they ever made it out to California City. So this is my community. This is where I feel like they came up missing from. And so this is where I search. If I'm not physically out there searching, I'm online searching. Anything I can do to get any type of information or anything like that. Do you feel like anyone will make any bumper stickers to put on cars? I think that would be good. You know what? Actually, tonight, I'm gonna have to reach back out because I don't remember her name off the top of my head. I wish I brought it in here. She actually did give me one. Yes, there are bumper stickers being made. I'll have to reach out and get the information as far as those go. But magnets, I think a few magnets were made, and then somebody mentioned bumper stickers as a possibility of them being made, or they are in the works of already getting those made. And then I believe they have like decals that you can stick on your car. And they're easy to take off. It's not going to leave like a residue or anything like that. So I'll give more information on that and post them. But I know that that was a talk. Bumper stickers and magnets were definitely a thing. I'll have to update you guys about that because I'm not sure off the top of my head who her name was that was trying to make them. Right, right. Pink World. I would never take anything down either. All those balloons are gone. I mean, I get it that they deflate, but from the time that I seen them up to the time that I seen them down, I mean, that wasn't even deflatable time. You know what I mean? They were still up strong, like they hadn't lost any air, anything like that. Um, could it be guilty conscience? Absolutely, absolutely. Heather, right? Yeah. Um, she said I would hug and I would hug and kiss. Let's see. I would hug and try to kiss them and probably cry, and then call 911. That's the thing. Oh my goodness, you guys. Like, I don't know. I think about it all the time. Not only do I think about it, I dream about it. It's like there are so many sleepless nights. Like these things right here, you know, they weren't there before. I can't sleep at night. I'm dreaming about it, and in my dreams, I'm finding them. And every single dream, I find them, I put them in my car, and I drive away and I call immediately. Um, I don't know if that's something I would do. I mean, when it comes down to it, you like hesitate, you don't know what to do, and you're scared, and it's just like, and I think about it. I'm like, in my dreams, I take them, I put them in my car, I drive down the street, and I call, and it's always Bakersfield police that I call because I live here in the city, and in my dreams, I find them here in the city, and and then when I wake up, I'm like, oh my gosh, like, is that something I would do? Like, could I get in trouble? Could you get in trouble if you see the boys out and you put them in your car and you drive away, even if it's a block away, just to park to get them to safety? Uh, could it be a kidnapping charge? And that's things that I also think of. I'm like, could that be a kidnapping charge? Could you get in trouble for it? Yeah, you probably can. I don't know, but even though your intentions are good and pure and you're trying to get them away, and to report them, I have no idea. Uh, okay, Catherine. Okay, right. I understand what you're saying, but do you have to specifically buy them, or do they already come installed? Because I've heard that some of the cars with GPS, like my car has GPS. Um, and I'm talking about GPS where you have that screen for directions and stuff like that. But I have heard if you had GPS that some of the cars, the newer ones, might have a tracking device. So what you're talking about is that you actually place them under the car, but are there ones that already come with the GPS already with installed in it? Like, is there a possibility that the van could have had a GPS tracking system in it already? Catherine, okay, so you were a nurse and you had access to the state's immunization records. As far as that goes, and like I said, nothing that I'm saying, like I don't know this 100% sure. As far as I know, and I haven't heard any different, the kids were homeschooled, and I mean, they were 3 and 4. So as far as being homeschooled goes, unless like pre-K or like a Head Start type thing, because my daughter's 5. Well, her birthday falls late, so she didn't qualify for school this year. So unless they were like homeschooling just for a Head Start, They never went to school. They didn't have to get immunization records. And as far as they go, I remember somebody mentioning that they were going to grow a garden in their backyard because they wanted, um, that's the life they wanted to live. They didn't want to eat anything. Like, there are people like that. They want to eat strictly healthy. They don't want store bought foods. They eat what they grow. And as far as immunizations go as well, there's a lot of people who don't like to get immunizations for them or for their children. So, or like their flu shots and stuff like that. I don't know that there is any immunization records, not that I know of, or any dental records or anything else like that. I would want people looking for my kids too. Absolutely. Any mother, any father, any grandma, any grandpa, any aunt, any uncle, uh, if my neighbor, anybody, if anybody's kid went up missing, I would be doing the same thing. And there's a few other people that I am currently helping as well. This is my priority and my main focus. I am working on another case. Um, it is considered a missing person case. However, it's not a missing person. It's a runaway turned missing. But um, as far as your community goes, if people come up missing, anybody, children or not, you know, if you can, help search for them. This particular case hit my heart because, listen, you don't have just one, you had two small little babies missing that disappeared out of the back gate. And, that just does not happen. It doesn't happen. And I'm just like, oh my goodness, not just one, but two babies. And from their Bakersfield kids, so that's my community. So yeah, it hit me hard. Uh, yeah, so yeah, it goes to the state database. Catherine, their immunizations would have. But like I said, unless anybody else knows in the chat, I don't know of them ever having immunizations. Um, I don't know of them ever going to the dentist, anything like that. And that I know of, that's never been mentioned or stated or um, any type of proof or anything regarding that. Um, Robert's girl, I believe Bakersfield also. Yeah, I believe that this is, they're here. I don't believe they ever made it out to California City. I don't. How many of you guys believe that they did make it out to California City, and how many of you guys believe that they did not? Um, the boys are at the age for vaccines. Yes, they are. Of course, they are. And not many people take their kids at that young of an age to the dentist. Me personally, I did. I took my kids at a young age to the dentist. Um, and that's another thing people like to argue over. They're too young to go to the dentist, or they're not. Um, I don't think so. I don't think they're too young. 4 years old, they can get cavities. You know what I mean? They could get a chip in their tooth, whatever it may be, just for take your kids in just for the general cleaning. Because I've been taking my daughter in just for her general cleaning since she was young. I want bumper stickers. I travel a lot. Get those faces out there. Yes. Yeah. Like I said, I will have to update because I believe that bumper stickers are definitely in the works. I got a magnet today. So I'm not sure if there's gonna be more magnets. I heard bumper stickers and then also the decals. So I'm not sure if that was just a couple that was made or um, if they're actually, that's going to be a thing. Lee Hampton. Oh my goodness. If you're talking about the ones I made, you guys, I made pins and let me see really quickly because I actually think I have one right here. Let me just check. Hold on. Okay, so these were the pins that I made, right? Um, as far as that goes, me personally, I made them as gifts for the family, a little token of my appreciation. Um, People that have boots on ground. I know there's so many searchers out there. February 28th, we went out to California City for the bike ride, the prayer. If I didn't get to you guys and you guys were there, I'm sorry. My mind was in a million places. I was talking to everybody. I was trying to hang the ribbons up on the trees. I was trying to do so many things. So as far as pins go, if you're talking about the ones I already made, I know a lot of people are asking for them, but and there's been backlash on that as well. But they were originally made just for specific people. I'm not selling them, absolutely not. I know people want to buy them, but in no way, shape, or form am I trying to sell these. They were specifically made for people. Like I gave AV News, AV Watchman, Crenshaw. I gave the family them LV. I gave them. Um, I still need to duty Ron. I need to mail his. There's people I need to mail them out as far as the YouTube, um, the billboards, things like that. The people who have just went above and beyond, and not saying that anybody hasn't went above and beyond by searching, because all of you guys have. Um, I do want to make some. They will be smaller than this, and they won't have. I mean, they'll be smaller. This is a pretty good size. And they won't have the ribbon on it. I do want to make some smaller ones and be able to hand them out. Again, not selling them, just hand them out to get their faces out there more. Are you talking about, is it Jovan or Yovan Christian made bumper stickers? I'm not sure because I didn't catch her name. I've seen her multiple times, but you know what? I didn't catch her name, but she was out there today with us at the West House. I don't know if that's who you're talking about, though. I would take that charge knowing you saved them. I believe it would be dropped afterwards. Yeah, absolutely. Um, and that's the thing, too. I'm pretty damn sure you're gonna get a charge. Uh, but, I mean, weigh the odds. Yes, it's definitely worth it. Um, you'll be getting them away from harm. Um, I mean, if they have them at this point, not necessarily that they're harming them, they could have them in their house. Not saying that they do, you guys. If you see them out there, yeah, I would want to get them away. Even if there's no harm to them, because they're reported missing. They're reported, you know, if they're reported missing, nobody should have them. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you get a charge for that. But you're right. I would take the charge knowing that you saved them. I believe it would be dropped afterwards. You're right. I mean, even if it wasn't dropped afterwards, you're going to do time for it. Are you willing to do the time for it? Absolutely. What about, let's see. I'm trying to get to everybody's comments, you guys. So, what about going to local stores and handing out flyers? Yes. Yeah, we do have yellow ribbons as well. They don't have the pins on them, but yeah, I've been going to a lot of local stores here in Bakersfield because a lot of the flyers are actually being taken down. So that's why I say get your flyers up as fast as they're taking them down. We need to be putting them up because, believe it or not, you would not believe how many have been taken down. Mine personally, I keep on posting them up at the same stores that are taking them down. I know that they're going to take them down, but I'm still posting them up. And then I'll move on to the next store, the next block, or across town. And I've been across town a couple times and seen flyers up already at other stores, so I know other people are currently posting them up as well. Okay, I see what you mean because of the tracking, but Okay, so does anybody know if they have tracking devices in newer cars, or if that's even a thing? Could that van possibly have had a tracking device in it? Uh, I want to make sure I try to get to all of your guys' comments. So I'm going a little slow reading these things, but the thing about homeschool, as far as I know, because my sister just recently got into homeschool teaching after COVID hit. As far as, let's see. Okay, I see what you're saying. They didn't have to be in school for them to get their records. Um, that's just the thing. I don't think they do have records. I don't think they have any immunizations. Did they ever get them? I don't know. Um, I know, especially when you're homeschooled, you don't have to. Because for school they require you get immunizations. For home, obviously, if you're homeschooled, you don't have to go through that process. I don't think they ever made it to California City either. Nope. I don't think so. We have nothing saying that they made it out there. And then you guys seen the footage from the 19th. I mean, what I seen was them leaving. When they came back, no children were there. So where were the kids when they took the other kids, to grandma's when they went Christmas shopping? Where were Warren and Orson or Classic and Sincere? Did they stay home with somebody babysitting them? Were they there alone? Or were they simply not there because they never made it out to California City? And that's what I personally believe. I don't think that they were there, and that's why we don't see them in the surveillance. You know what, Mandy? I don't know. I don't know that. That's a really good question. If anybody does know that, let us know because me personally, I don't know. I'm still learning as far as the process of adoption and the requirements and the procedures and the checkups and the welfare checks, everything like that. I'm still kind of learning that process because um, I've never dealt with adoption or anything like that. But that's definitely a good question. If anybody knows Mandy's question, post it because here in the comments because I would like to know as well. Because I also know some people were saying if they even after adoption that there's still a couple checkups. I don't know if that's true or not. And I still haven't gotten this one right. Was it two biological, two adopted, and two foster, or was it? I mean, that's another conflict too. Like I've heard so many different stories, so if there were still currently fosters, even though, the biological, and even if they did, so they have the two biological and two adopted, we know that for sure. Were the other two foster or were they adopted? Because if they were fosters, then, yeah, they should be having checkups. You're right. Pink world. Exactly. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think they ever made it out there. Um, the adopted parents, I definitely think wholeheartedly they are involved. Um, yeah, it's in the hands of them. They know what happened. They know what happened. I mean, who does an interview and doesn't show emotion or plead for your children and beg for them to come back? And I don't. There were no tears. There was no sympathy. There was okay, okay. It was cold. Like, like that. It seemed rehearsed to me. It didn't make no sense. No sense at all. You know, I would say if it were my kids, but I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine what I would say. I don't know that I'd be able to speak. I would be too torn. Like I'd have to gather myself together, and even at that, I would lose it. I would lose it. One of my family members would have to talk to me because I would be crying, I would be screaming, I would be looking at everybody that was around me, like which one did it, who did it, did you do it, like, did you see anything, things like that. You know what I mean? Like, their reactions were off. Their reactions were so off. Yeah, Dee Dee Esquero. Am I saying that right? Esquero. Yeah, absolutely. We talked to at the beginning of the case. I was at the apartment complex. AB Watchman was there as well. Um, we spoke to that neighbor, and that neighbor. Sorry, my fountain is like going in and out. That neighbor even said like he was quiet. He kept to himself. He was kind of off. Um, he didn't say controlling. Um, I get the feeling that he was controlling. Not a fact. That's the feeling I get as well. He said that he'd go out there and twirl a stick, so he thought Teresa was a ninja because how he would be twirling it. The fact that they wouldn't enter their apartment from the front, from their parking spot. That rather they'd park around the back, things like that. That didn't make sense either. They didn't want to be seen. Thank you guys. Yes, I think yeah, they're definitely beautiful. And if I could make one for everybody, I would make one for everybody. I really would. Um, it was time consuming. I don't even the time doesn't bother me. Um, it took a lot to make those, believe it or not. Thank you, thank you. Do you think that they know where the boys are and they were plotting to get money off the reward? You know what? That's the thing. And I'm like, there's so many things in this case. And I'm like, one of them could be as sick as people are. And some people are like, no, there's no way, there's no way. There's some pretty sick people in this world that would take their own children, report them missing, ransom, right, for the money. So yeah, it's a possibility. I mean, anything's a possibility. Anything's a possibility. But plotting to get money, that's crossed my mind multiple times. Um, yeah, okay. So Dee Dee, as far as this goes, if I remember correct, and I know I'm behind in comments, you guys, it's because I'm trying to get to you guys. Um, the dad make the kids stay in the car when the realtor's office. Wonder if adopted mom was with them and now saying homeschool. Talk about hiding the kids. As far as I know, what that conversation goes, she was, and the adopted mom was in the car at the time because the realtor, I think, even said that she walked up to the car, but it was, and she tried to look in the van, but it was dark. Um, I believe that, yeah, I believe Jacqueline was in that van with the kids. So, no, I don't think that they were left alone at that time. I made flyers here, and went to train stations, gas stations. Um, yep. I mean, me too. Not the train stations. Actually, you know what? That's a good idea because we do have a train station here. Amtrak station. I didn't think about that. That's a good idea. Lee Hampton. Thank you. Anybody who's posting flyers and getting the word out. If you can be out there posting flyers, even if you virtually share them and things like that, do that. That's your part. I would. I have flyers. Um, I could probably mail them out as well. I don't know how much the shipping is. I'd have to look. If you guys ain't too far, I could probably mail some of them out to you guys too. If not, there's so many online. I could email them to you guys as well. We could get flyers everywhere, and that's the goal. When we went into California City on the 28th, you guys, it was horrible. as soon as we drove in there and got into the actual town, there's this main sign that says "Where are the boys?" and it has their pictures. Other than that, I didn't see not one flyer in that town, not at any stores, and we stopped at multiple stores. I didn't see them by anybody's houses, on any mailboxes, on any stores, on any street lights, any stop signs. And these are places I post these flyers everywhere on the mailboxes, the community ones, like the big ones that have a bunch of them. I post our flyers on all of those. Uh, okay, yeah, see, in Arizona, here in California, you don't have to. Um, if you are, I believe, even if you go to school, you don't have to have immunizations because you can select an option that says it's against your religion. So I don't think, not in California, that's not a requirement. I didn't know that that was a requirement in Arizona. Um, if they were getting WIC, I don't know, not that I know of. They could be getting WIC. They could have been getting welfare, like food stamps, that cash aid. Um, they were getting a pretty good checks coming in for the kids as it was. The foster or the adoption rate, because I believe you still get paid after adoption. In California, I forget how much it was, but it was a pretty decent sized check. So they were still getting money, and I think that was their only income. These beats that he sells online, I don't think he sells beats. Um, because if you look on his YouTube, I don't know, I haven't checked it out. In the beginning, I did. There's no comments or likes or anything. Like if you were selling those, you'd have thousands of likes on them. You'd have all kinds of comments, um, asking for different beats or compliments on the beat you sold them, things like that. I didn't see anything like that. Yeah, we could go ask. Um, the thing with that is the store closest to me. I personally did ask them that. They just, I mean, if you're in good with the store, I guess, or if you get lucky, not all stores are just gonna open up their camera systems to you. One of the stores I did ask for if they could check the footage. It was actually the owner of the store themselves taking it down because they weren't allowed to display it. But I did post them up at the gas pumps, and they did leave those ones up there. Um, yeah, I believe so. Tracy, I, as far as I know, their phones and the tech was confiscated that day, either the day of the interview, um, or the day prior. Um, but 20, I heard 26 search warrants. I heard it was 20, then I heard it was 26. I don't have confirmation on how many there were. That's a lot. And then not only did they say, um, I believe it was said that they were also, what did they say? They said, I don't want to get the word wrong. Pretty much that some of the search warrants could have been for other areas. Like, so when I thought about that, I was like, are they searching outside of Bakersfield and California City? Is there somewhere else that they're also searching? Yeah, as far as them getting welfare checks, I don't know. Um, I don't know if it's mandatory. If it is mandatory, something should have been said right by now. Somebody should have been like, "This is the last time we've seen them. This is where they got their checkup." Could they possibly have said that to law enforcement? Possibly. They might not just be releasing that to us. There's a lot that they're not going to release to us that they know. Um, yes. Yeah. Yes. 1 second, baby. Cover up with the blanket. She's waking up. She's like in and out of sleep. She'll be like super sleeping and she'll say some crazy things. And she's really not awake. She's still sleeping. Um, The video from the apartments, yeah, you remember that the neighbor was like, yeah, he was kind of off. He didn't come outside. We offered him juices, and then they didn't want him. But then I guess they did take him after all. And he would say how they wouldn't even park in the right spot. They would park around back and walk around back, and how weird and off it was. But he didn't want to judge him because he didn't really know who he was. You know. Uh, okay, so once they're adopted, they don't do any follow-ups. I don't know if that's statewide or by city only. Okay, what city adopted? Okay, well, I mean, I don't know. You'd think it'd go by state, not city. But okay, I didn't know that. I thought after. Give me 1 second. You want me to cover it? You want me to cover you? I think just sleeping. Um, I thought once they were adopted, they still had some follow up. During the interview, when he said, "We watched them instead of the boys going to grandma's too." It's like, really? Okay, yeah, the interview, oh my, there's just, I could be like tossing red flags left and right. Not to mention, they didn't mention the children's name not one time. Not one time. They said them or they, and then he was like this, and he was like that, like them. Red flags, Greyhound, yes, Catherine, we have a Greyhound here. We do. We have an Amtrak and we have Greyhound, and we also have a regular city bus station. And I have been out there posting flyers. Those flyers are gone. All of them are gone, and I've posted so many of them. What I think when people are taking these flyers down, and what I hope is that they're taking them down so they could fold it and put it in their pocket and have it with them. So then they know, they know what their faces look like. They know who they can call and things like that. Um, okay, as far as we can't use religion anymore, it's just personal belief. Okay. Now I don't know on that because I get my children immunized. I mean, I get their immunizations. They have regular dental checkups and everything else like that. Our schools though, they do, and I'm here in Bakersfield. We do still get that option though. That box is still there, so maybe people don't have that anymore. Oh, Robert's Girl. Of course, I agree 100%. I think that in their minds, they thought they were going to report two little boys missing and nothing was going to come about it. It was going to get swept under the rug. Absolutely right. I don't think they thought it was going to be this big. And I don't think they thought the FBI was going to be involved because, unfortunately, there have been cases like that with missing children. Nothing comes of it. It doesn't get the media attention it needs. It doesn't even get local media attention that it needs, let alone attention from nationwide attention. It's sad. It is very, very sad. And do I think that they thought they were just gonna, oh, my kids are missing, this is what happened, and everything was gonna be forgotten about? I think so. I think that's exactly what they thought. I don't think they thought it was gonna be this strong and the community was gonna come together this strong. Absolutely not. What about swap meets? No, you know what? I have not been out there. That's a good idea too. See, you guys throw me some ideas here because I'm out here trying. Um, I hand them out to a lot of the homeless out here. I've been to the bus station. I've been to gas stations. I've been to the bigger parks. I've been to the smaller parks. Um, I post them on like the big. There's an empty lot, and it's at a red light, like a traffic light. I'll post them there. I post them on the stop signs. I post them on those community mailboxes. I post them everywhere, but there's a lot of places I haven't posted them. Like you're right, the swap meets. I didn't think about the train station. I didn't think about that either. So yeah, I'm gonna be out there. That's where I'm gonna start posting them too. So if you guys got more ideas that I'm not thinking about, because I'm just myself, I'm one person. There's gonna be a lot of places that I didn't think of posting them. Um, Yes, their phones have GPS in them. Absolutely. And their phones have already been checked. Uh, and of course, we're not going to hear anything about their phones. They're not going to release those statements to us or anything else like that. They're not going to tell us what they found or anything like that. Like if they seen updated photos, I wish that they would at least be like, yeah, we've seen updated photos. Even if you can't release them to us, just give us reassurance. Like, yes, there were recent photos, as of December or in November or October. Something, give us something, even if you can't show them to us. Let us know, like, yeah, I can 100% confirm there are newer pictures. Let's see. Mandy, that's what I'm thinking. See, that's what I'm saying too, because there's been so many different people saying that those boys were adopted. So I don't know. Was there two biological children and the other four were adopted, or was it two biological, two adopted, two foster? Because if that's the case, if the other two were still foster children, then there should have been checkups. They should have been like the welfare checks and things like that. Like I said, I don't know much about the adoption process, but um, they check up. I believe that they go, and I don't know how often, but they check up on the kids and make sure you have what you need, and make sure they're like having a little comfortable life at the house. That there's hot water and food, and I believe things like that. I'm not sure. Um, how did we get a hold of you? Let me You guys can email me. A lot of my videos have um, my email in them. I'm gonna go ahead and post it up here. But you guys can email me. I could send you virtually the flyers. If you guys want to let me know anything that you haven't said on here, even if it's places to go hand out flyers and things like that, please do. Uh, yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure I had this one right. Okay. I did post my email down in there. Um, the next door app. Are you on all Facebook groups? Yeah, I'm a majority of Facebook groups. Let me show you here. I'm on the majority of the Facebook groups. Yes, there are certain ones that I'm not on. This right here is my group that I created. But yes, I am actively involved in a lot of these other groups. I will constantly post and interact with the members and the admins and things like that too. But yeah, the Nextdoor app as well. I remember I had that app. I just recently deleted it because there wasn't enough space on my phone. But that's actually a good idea because people post about bikes and dogs and everything else, and especially for the elderly, a lot of elderly use that Nextdoor app, and they're not coming out of their homes and stuff like that. But while they were out, who knows? They might have crossed paths with them. They might have remembered something like that. Robert's girl, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, and it's not just us. It's not just AV News and AV Watchmen and Crenshaw and LV and me. It's all of you guys. There's so many searchers out there. Not everything goes on video. Not everybody records everything, so their name's not out there. I've met quite a few searchers who are very active, and they have no social media besides Facebook. They have no YouTube. They have nothing like that. So yeah, you guys, there's not just us, it's all of you guys too. You guys are asking questions, comment, like you guys are giving me tips right now where to post these flyers. So because of you guys, this train station, this Greyhound station over here are going to be 10 times posted because they're bigger. So, you need 10 times the flyers to post over there. So, you guys just made a difference right now. Yvette, thank you. Um, what if you were too rambunctious and they felt like after already adopting them that they bit off more than they could chew and couldn't just hand them back? Exactly. That's a possibility. I mean, everything's a possibility at this point, but yeah, definitely. I mean, they're in their 30s. And that's 6 kids. Me personally, I would love to have 6 kids. You might think I'm crazy, but I would love it. But for somebody, I mean, I don't know. I don't know them. I don't know their mindset. I mean, you can probably guess from their interview and their reactions and their actions, which are none right now. Yeah, they probably did bite off more than they can chew. They were probably looking for a paycheck. Sorry to say it, but at this point, I mean, that's what it seemed like. They didn't want to. I mean, unless they were working and we didn't know about it, they were dependent on those checks. Yes, as far as truck stops go, Lee, absolutely. I encourage that. I will be by truck stops here in a few days as well. I know some of the truckers are not allowed to post them on their trucks though. Um, but if you hand them some when they make their stops, they will hand them out for you. They will put them up. That's the email, guys. Truckers, they will leave them at the gas stations and things like that. Some gas stations you can't get to when they're traveling along the way. Some of them, most of them, I should say. Truckers are very, very, very kind people. They don't get paid a lot of money like everyone is saying. They go by age. At their age, it's less than 400, 500 a month unless special needs. Older teenagers get more closer to aging out top money. Let me just get this one. Okay, so I heard that they were, and if you look it up, actually, it's over 1,000. I believe what I have looked up that they're getting paid. So 4 to 5. That'd be what, $2,000 check. I think they're getting more than that. I don't know. I could be wrong. Didi Esquero, are you referring to California State? Because every state has their own guidelines and stuff like that. Because I do remember looking it up, and it was like 1,200. I didn't think that was like one of the lower payments. And then again, not 100% sure, but somebody did mention a possibility of a disability in one of the children. I don't know if it was Orrin or Orson, or if it was the other two that are either fostered or adopted. Okay, so they go weekly. They start weekly and go monthly. Do you know, Dee Dee, at what point do they go monthly? How far into the um, foster do adopted children also? Does it work the same way for them too? And do you know how far into fostering a child do they go monthly? Also, is it the same amount? Do they get paid, the 5 a week and then it goes to 5 a month, or does it the amount lessen? Okay, yeah, you know what, Tracy? I heard the same thing. I'm glad you said something because I was not 100% sure. I was actually going to go over this interview again because I could have swore that's what he said too, but I didn't want to put anything false out there. I thought Chief Walker's last interview, he said they did recover more photos of the boys and would not release them or tell what date they were taken. 911 call not being released either. We know that 911 call is not being released, and that's probably not going to anytime soon. Why? As far as right now, because I did contact them about trying to get that as well and trying to get a police report and everything as well. And I was contacted back saying that they couldn't release any of that to me because there were minors involved. That's what they had told me. But yeah, I'm glad you said that because that's what I thought they said. I didn't. I remember him saying that they seen or had not seen but had um, recovered more photos. I don't remember them saying that they're not going to release them or the date. But um, and that's another reason why I want to go up to Bakersfield and then sit there and ask them over and over and over again that sorry, that's I have like this little fountain and it's the water's messing up. I don't know if you guys can hear it. That's annoying. Um, but I want to, even if I gotta sit out there and voice my voice with the sign and protest peacefully for updated photos, at this point, that's what we need. How are we supposed to be looking for boys that are 1 and 2 when they're actually 3 and 4? Children change a lot in just a year. I was just looking back at my son's photos from last year and I was like, oh my goodness, like he was this tiny, tiny, skinny little boy and now he's almost taller than me, and he's a pretty big boy, and he does not look anything like his photo did last year. So comparing his to like their football photos, no, he does not look the same at all. So when we don't have updated pictures, it's hard because now we got these billboards as well, which are amazing because they're going to spread the word and things like that too. Um, but the pictures, then that's those are the faces that we're going to be looking for. Um, so yeah, we know that they possibly though they have updated photos, and if they don't want to release that to us, can't they possibly release what is it called? Those photos that they age progression photos. Can we at least get that? I might not be 100% accurate, obviously, but can we get something? You know, yeah, the Nextdoor app they do. You do see a lot. I've seen on there a lot too, and people actually post their here in Bakersfield. There's a lot of theft, especially around Christmas time, with their packages and stuff like that. And then they'll post on there, put people on blast, like watch out for this girl or this guy, because look what they're doing, and they're snatching packages off of the porches and stuff. So that app is amazing. Do they have that for California City in that area? I don't know, and I kind of want to check that out now. Do they have a Nextdoor app for Aspen, the Aspen area? Um, I'm probably gonna check that out and see now. Um, okay, Lee. Um, what group are you on though? Um, yeah, I'll look you guys up and on your groups and stuff like that. I don't mind that. Let me fix this fountain really quick because it's super annoying. Just add some more water to it. All right, sorry about that. I almost want to change headphones. I have my son's gaming set right here because these things are irritating when they fall out. Um, Shopping centers like Walmart. They're like, oh, will they? Okay, they'll let you put them up at the registers. Yeah, you guys try. If they don't want to let you put them up at the registers, um, they didn't let me. But I only did go to 2 of them here in Bakersfield. so far because I had luck with one and not the other. But that would be amazing if they could put them up at the registers. What I was doing is I was putting them on shelves and things like that, like in the shoe section, in the baby section, in the little boys clothing section, in the like the decor section, and then when they have furniture, then the art section. And those are the sections I hit, and I would like just sit them on the shelves and stuff like that. So who knows? Uh, they get money per age. They get an increase every year on their birthday month. Okay, I haven't heard of that before. Now, is that in California? I'm assuming it is. Um, and that's why you're saying that. Okay, per age, and they. Do you know how much they increase? So they increase every year on their birthday. Do you know how much they increase by any chance? Uh, Lee, what do you mean? Oh, you. Oh, I took. I thought you said they took. I took my kids every 3 months till they were 4, as they changed so much. You took them where? To get their photos done, or where did you take them? I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I think okay. That's good. That's a good question because you know what? As far as the next door app. Oh wait, sorry, I clicked on. I think the wrong one. I think you have to prove you reside in that zip code on next door to access the neighborhood. That's how it is here in Oregon. Now, maybe you are right because when I first signed up for it, I signed up for it. Um, I was in my sister's neighborhood because she was like, "Oh my gosh, check this out," because it's more of like the higher part of Bakersfield, like where the theft happens a lot with packaging with the packages, and that's where she was telling me like there's so much theft here, so I signed up and I put her address in. So I was getting next door app for her address, like her area. We live in two different zip codes, so when I went to go sign up for it for my zip code, like my area, I couldn't do it. It wasn't letting me. It wouldn't even let me verify. I think because I already had one for a different zip code. So you might be right. But if anybody's able to get it for the Aspen house, I mean, you can try. I remember when I signed up for the Nextdoor app for my sister's neighborhood, it didn't ask me to verify anything. It verified my email and a code. I believe that was it. Okay, so adopted and foster money is pretty much the same. Once adopted, no follow up. Okay, foster kids depending on placement weekly for a month or two, then monthly. Okay, so once they're adopted, no follow up. Okay. I thought it was different. I thought they had a couple. But I mean, that makes sense. It does make sense because once you're adopted, you're adopted. Why would they keep checking on you? But what doesn't make sense are the other two adopted or are they foster? Because if they're foster, there should be checkups at that house still, right? Right. Mandy, how could they go off the grid still having these two foster children? I'm in the UK and our welfare system is just as untrustworthy, but you're doing a fantastic job. You know what? I was thinking the same thing because that was his thing, right? He moved out to California City to get off the grid. And yeah, you're right. With two foster children, how do you go off the grid? You're absolutely right. And that's what I'm saying. Even if they did, how they have Orrin and Orson adopted, aren't the other two still foster? So even after adoption, there's no follow up. But if they have two foster children, there should still be follow ups in there. Um, so yeah, I don't know how you go off the grid. Obviously, their paperwork and everything, if it wasn't, it should have been all transferred and let them know that they moved to California City and that's where they resided. Okay, so that's okay. So you know a lot. Then you do know a lot. You live in San Diego, so yeah. um, then you know the process. Then your grandson was adopted. You're in San Diego, not too far from here. Okay, so that's what it is. Now, are the prices? I think they're per state. I don't know. Are they per state? Do you know, or are they per city or county, or do you know that by any chance, Dee Dee? Okay, Mandy. You know what? I think you might have all those stores there too. Oh, these headphones. You see. Okay. Albertsons, Bonds. I know Albertsons. I didn't talk to them inside. I posted them on the outside of Albertsons though, and those are still currently up. Um, Safeway and Vons. No, I haven't tried there. But okay, I didn't know they had a community board inside. I've never seen when I go to Albertsons here and there. I've never seen a community board up in there. But thank you for letting me know because now I know. You see what I mean? And this is what I mean by you guys are helping because you guys are giving me all this information. Now I know where I can be posting these at, and they have community boards and things like that. You know, I did go into my son's school the other day, and they had let me see, I took a picture of it, and I asked them about it, and they said, what did they say? Um, Hopefully I didn't get some of them. I transferred over because I needed space on my phone, but they said, who was it? The district attorney of California, I believe is what they said. Picks 4 or 6, I believe 6 children. So they pick 6 missing children's posters or flyers to advertise into all the school districts. Now I don't know. I mean, obviously, it's up to the school district to post it. They're supposed to. Oh yeah, here it is right here. Yeah, so 6 of them. This is what was posted at my son's school. Can you guys see that? Sorry, I'm like the camera's backwards. So here they are. They're posted at my son's school. And it's just the general information we have here. I try to take a picture. Oh, here we go. Sorry, get this one's clear. And this is from California Victim Compensation and Government Claims Board, located in Sacramento. So I don't know how often it is, but they post 6 pictures of missing children and they will send them out to the schools in California, and the schools are to post these in their bulletin board that they have in their office. So then these kids get recognized. And I always look at my son's bulletin board at his school, so I seen those, and I was like, oh my goodness, like that's so cool because I wanted to post flyers, and I know some of the schools they weren't allowing me to post those flyers. $50. $50 for what? They get about $50, give or take. I can't remember. I think that goes by H2. $50. That's like on the low end. I haven't read anything about that. That is nuts. $50 for what? If you can tell me, I'm sorry. The social workers follow up on foster kids only. Other kids aren't their concern. So all they gotta say is that they aren't home or whatever. Yeah, but we know they're home. Well, I mean, technically we don't 100% know, but according to the neighbors in Bakersfield and both Cal City, they never came outside. So whenever these foster children get a checkup, we know the other kids are home, because they don't go nowhere, right? Now, Dee Dee, my question to you, if you do know this, so you said that the other kids are not the concern of the state, of the social workers. However, if other kids are in the home while they have a checkup, do the social workers write that information in their notes, like, other kids are here, or other kids were rowdy or not well dressed, or they're very well dressed and proper fed or anything like that? Do they mark their notes regarding the other kids even though they're not there to see those kids? Oh, you know what? Actually, yeah, they're by the restroom typically, but they are all owned by the same company. Worked for them for 7 years. You know what? At Food Max, I think it is. I remember they have a bulletin board up by the restrooms, but their bulletin boards were specifically for the employees. It was notes to the employees and things like that. So yeah, next time I go into Albertsons and Vons, I'm gonna have to look by the restrooms. So you're right. I did see some bulletin boards up. Food Max, I believe, it has all their employees' stuff on it though. Uh, Mandy, I don't know what your. How close was us talking about 4 children missing? I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, how? What 4 children missing? No, I don't know if it's by country, city, or state. I want to say state because social services are state funded but ran by county. Yeah, and that's why I was wondering too. I think it goes off of state too, but I don't think it would go by city. If anything, state and county. So I'm wondering if county, if it goes by different counties or not. Okay, yeah. How much of an increase? I was like $50. What do you mean $50? That was their payment. Okay, so you asked how much of an increase they get. It's $50 give or take. Okay, so every birthday they have, it's $50 increase. Dee Dee, you want to jump on the panel because you're very informative about this. Let me know if you want to jump on the panel. If you can scroll back down through the comments and click on the link. If not, I can put it back in. If you want to give us some information because you actually know firsthand. Um, and then if you want, if you can walk us over the process of adoption and procedures and stuff like that, I would love to have you up here. Yes, they will make note of other children and whoever's in the home. Okay, see, that's what I was wondering. Thank you. That's exactly what I mean. You are so informative because I was wondering that too. Yes, they will make note of other children and whoever is in the home and their interactions because if they have 2 foster children, they're still visiting the West home. And as far as we know, those West don't go nowhere. They stay inside, stay secretive, stay to themselves. They don't really go outside or allow their children to go outside and play or anything like that. So most likely, when these kids are getting checked on, these social workers are seeing all of the children, the 6 of them. Um, I mean, obviously, we wouldn't get that information because they're minors. So we're not gonna know any of the notes that they were leaving or anything like that. But law enforcement can. If there was any negative um, notes in there or anything. Um, Now, Dee Dee, do you know if they every single time they see other children? Like, I guess my question would be the last time a social worker went to the West House and checked on the 2 foster kids, if they are indeed fosters, checked on those foster kids, they would have wrote in their book or their notes somewhere about Orrin and Orson, and it would have been the date and the last time that social worker actually seen them kids, right? Also, do you know about how often they get visits? Like, would they have gotten one from September to December in California City? Okay, Tracy. Yeah, see, and that's what I mean. I didn't know that, so they should be able to tell when the last time or in an Orson or Classic and Sincere were seen. Um, the date, their condition, their state, how they were interacting with the other kids, and also, I'm assuming how they were interacting with the parents. Yes, Jay. Yeah, bulletin boards along the bike trails. Yes, I did. I mean, the bike trail here in Bakersfield specifically, it's huge. I know. Let's see. I know it runs down by Hart Park, probably further than that. Um, I've been on it from Hart Park to, not personally rode my bike, but I know it goes down to Hart Park up through Stock. Was that Riverwalk? Is it Riverwalk Park? And it probably goes even further than that. But yeah, I have seen 2 or 3 bulletin boards. So those bulletin boards more or less for the bikers and the people who walk the path or jog the path, and also hikers. I have had some posted out there, and some of those trails are where I hand those flyers out at. Remy girl. 3. Oh, are you talking about today? Or where are you at? Right here. 3 were taken in for questioning. It was stated. Who stated that? Do you know? Um, I heard, because I went straight over there after I got word of it. And I mean, obviously, we didn't see any activity there because they were probably already taken in or whatever. I'm just saying, I'm glad Bakersfield took over because more is being done now. Exactly. And this was my question too, as far as them picking anybody up. Were they arrested or were they just questioned? And for me, I was like, you know what? What's going to happen? And this is just my opinion. Um, they were probably taken in for questioning, and they'll be back soon, which is why I waited out there just to see, because when being questioned, all you have to say is, I plead the fifth, or I want a lawyer. As soon as you say, I want a lawyer, that's it. You know, um, game over for them. I mean, if you're innocent, you had nothing to do with it, you really want to find your grandkids. I mean, you're going to answer the questions. You're going to say you had nothing to do with it, and or whatever your story was. But as soon as they ask for a lawyer, and that's it. And then I was thinking, they're probably going to ask for a lawyer. They'll be home soon, whoever was taken. Now, when I arrived at the West home on Potomac, 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 I think it's called, right? Because I was calling it Potomac, and my sister was like, "Oh my God, why do you call it that?" And I was like, "I thought that's what it was called." And then the GPS said Potomac, and I'm like, "Oh my God, uh, the GPS is wrong." Because sometimes the GPS it'll say some funny things that is not right. So I thought they got the name wrong. But Potomac. See, now I don't even know their name. Potomac. Oh gosh, lose my mind. Okay, so Potomac. When I went to Potomac today, um, there was a younger lady outside. Um, it was a cat and caddy corner where we held a candlelight, and when we did that in front of the West House, that's where I was. There was a lady out there believed to be Wanda West Jr., little Wanda. I knew it wasn't Wanda. She was younger. She had those, like a ponytail like this, but she had it all braided. She had a bunch of little braids in. And she was spraying things down at the house, like cleaning the front or whatever. Maybe like mud or cobwebs or something off that wall, like the stucco. That's what she was cleaning. But yeah, we didn't see any police cruisers. We didn't see anybody taken in. When I got there, it was after all that. But that's what I'm wondering, and I was just trying to get it confirmed by On Wing, and I'm still waiting for his message. Let me see. He usually responds to me very quickly, but it is late, so obviously he's not gonna get back to me till tomorrow. Yeah, he hasn't seen the message yet. But okay, so Remy girl, Three of them. Where do you know what three? Do you know what three were taken in? Um, Roberts, girl, and you know what? There's a lot of people who are saying that as well. Now I don't know because I didn't know what they looked like before, like in a healthier state, right? So she said the pictures I've seen of the boys taken with the adopted parents, those boys didn't look happy at all. Okay, happy. Yeah, they didn't look happy. I thought you said healthy. Because some kids are normally just on the small side. I don't normally know their body build or stuff like that. But I will tell you, some of those pictures, they look slim. I mean, slim. But no, their facial expressions, they don't look happy. They don't look happy. Not at all. Where's the link? Okay, Remy, girl, hold on. Girl, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to manually put it up unless you want to go up and copy. I mean, not copy it unless you want to go. Let me see, because it's not letting me post it. Okay, let me post the link. I gotta do it manually because I don't know why it's not letting me. Usually it'll just say copy to your clipboard, and then it's not. It's just not letting me. So give me a few minutes, you guys. I'm going to manually enter this, and maybe I'm doing it wrong. This is my first time doing live, guys. So let me know if I'm doing it wrong. Because when look, this is what pops up. Let me just show you guys. When I say invite, so I can invite you guys to the panel. And this is a funky picture, really blurry. But anyways, it pretty much it just says copy to clipboard, and that's what I do, and it's not working. Okay, hold on. Let me add this up here, you guys. Um, and like I said, this is my first live, so hopefully I'm not boring you guys. And hopefully I'm answering as much as I can because like I said, a lot are not facts, a lot are opinions. Because we don't have a lot of facts. Okay, so um now let me scroll back up to these comments. There's the link. Let me girl. Um yeah, okay, that's what I thought. There should be a note. Yes, there should be a note of the last time the social worker saw the boys, but they moved. So were the Fosters new or from Cal City or Bakersfield? That makes a big difference. They were from Bakersfield. They were both from Bakersfield. They went to school here in Bakersfield as kids. They were not from California City, and I don't think they had any association with California City. I don't know. I don't think so, but yes, I can confirm that they attended school here in Bakersfield and everything like that, as like high school and stuff like that. Um, Now, I don't know. Does it make a difference, or how often do they get visits? Because would they have got one? Is it every 2 months, every 3 months, every 6 months? Because from September to December, would they have gotten another visit? Okay, yeah, Remy, you're answering these questions. Sorry, I'm trying to get to everybody's questions, and that's why I'm going so slow down the comments because I don't really want to miss anybody. Yeah, they are from Bakersfield. Let me get that up here. Yeah, they used to live in Bakersfield. They're here from Bakersfield, and before they moved to Cal City, they lived. Actually, there's multiple addresses on them, mainly apartments. But if you go further back, they have houses. On Jacqueline's side, Jacqueline has family in Fresno as well. Um, but as far as Bakersfield goes, yeah, they have multiple addresses here in Bakersfield. They're from Bakersfield. They lived here before they moved to California City. Yes. Um, Remy, can you see my link now? I know you said you can't see it. There's that camera pointing out, and it likes to mess up. Uh, were taken in today. Are you asking if they were taken in today? Because I'm wondering the same thing because I haven't got any confirmation. But um, yeah, that'd be interesting to know who. If anybody knows who, Remy, let me know if you can see. I clicked the link, but nothing showed up. Okay, let me put it on again because when I go through, because I'm checking here in the comments and is it highlighted on your guys' part? Because I see it highlighted over here. Okay, let me put it again. I don't know why. And let me know if I'm not doing something right. That's probably what I'm not doing right. If I'm not doing something right as far as how it asked me to copy and paste, let me know because it's not working out for me. Because all you gotta do is copy and paste it or highlight it and do it yourself, and it's not letting me highlight it and copy and paste that way. And it's not letting me just copy and paste. Uh, okay. Let me know now. Hold on. I'm going to go on here and double check. That is okay. I show it highlighted here. So hopefully it works and I can just let you in. Because see, I'm all over the place. I'm all over the place in here too. I'm glad you went live. I enjoyed talking to you. Thank you. This is my first live I ever did. I was a little worried about going live because I just recently got a lot of backlash from that's what I got backlash for. And it's and not necessarily so much backlash, just some people that were angry that they didn't receive them. Um, and they've been out searching and they've been there since day one. They've been searching here and they've been searching there, and why can't they have one? And I'm like, oh my gosh, like I feel horrible. This was a good thing I was trying to do. And I feel bad because I'm like, wow, what if they are out here searching and stuff like that? I feel horrible, but these were already made in advance for certain people. Then they were to go to the family, like I there was family out there, and so I gave them. Obviously, I'm gonna give them to the family that's out there. You know what I mean? If I see you out there, I'm gonna give them to you. And then the people, like Crenshaw AV News, like they're traveling all the way here, hundreds and hundreds of miles, and then we got even Sacramento coming over here to Bakersfield, and then you got ones I gotta mail out still because I gotta mail them out to some of the YouTubers too, like Duty Ron. Um, so that's why I haven't done any. There's like a little freaking. That's why I haven't did any lives. The last couple of nights I set everything up and I sat here and then I got off. I didn't even start it because I was like, oh, I'm hesitating because I don't know why, but a positive quickly turns into a negative, and it don't matter what you're doing. It doesn't matter. You're always gonna get that backlash. You're gonna get that hate. You're gonna get whatever you're gonna do. I guess you just don't give up. I guess you know what I mean. And if you gotta stick to yourself, then stick to yourself, because that's what I've been doing mainly. I've been sticking to myself. Other than when I go out there and doing my searches, I haven't been recording my searches or anything. And if I do, I just haven't been posting them either. Um, I'm still getting a lot of backlash to this day from my other videos. And it's like, I don't really take that into to heart. But when I work on a project like this, and people say things to me, I do take that to heart because I'm like, that's a token of my appreciation to other people. And it was a couple of random people that were walking out there on Sunday. They were out in Cal City and they were just really, really heated about it. And I was just like, I'm doing something positive and it's going to turn to a negative. But and I'm letting the positive outweigh the negative because everybody who has received them, they love them. And that's what matters. You know what I mean? And then plus, like I said, I want to make littler ones that are not for sale at all. The littler ones I want to make not for sale either, but I do want to get those and hand them out. You know what I mean? For everybody. You know, no matter if you're searching a little bit or if you can't search. You know what I mean? You're going to the store, people are gonna see it. They're gonna be like, "Who's that?" You know what I mean? So, uh, no gap. No gap. So maybe no gap if we're in the same country. Remy, can you? You still can't join, can you? I'm about to send it again. An arrest wasn't made just yet, but it was set testing, and that's my clue too. I wish this thing would just let me paste it, because maybe that's what's happening. I wonder if that's what's happening. See, when I click on that link in the comments, it takes me over to StreamYard, and it says you're entering the broadcasting studio. Yeah. Huh. I wonder if I can repost it. Let me just go ahead and put it in again. If you guys want to come on, it's highlighted for me. And let me know if you're still having trouble, because it's not showing any type of trouble at all. It's showing that it's highlighted, and when I clicked on it, it worked. So let me know. Um, I'm not a good multitasker. Like if I'm typing something out, I gotta keep my mouth shut because I can't. Plus my memory sucks because I have to look at every letter. Like, you know what I mean? I can't remember anything. But yeah, so multitasking sucks. But that's what I was wondering. I didn't believe it was an arrest warrant anyway. That's what I thought it was, just for questioning. So, um, they only lived in Cal City for 3 months. That's weird. Well, I mean, they probably would have lived there a lot longer if this case wouldn't have went the way it did. Sorry, I don't know why I pulled this out. I should have muted myself. Um, why they moved there? I don't know. Did they move there guilty conscience? Did they move there because they thought it was the right timing? Did they move there because it's such a small city and they didn't think that this was going to get out? Yeah, I think so. Me personally, I wholeheartedly believe they chose California City because it is nothing but desert. There's nothing out there. There's nobody out there. The police force only have 13, I believe. I think there's only 11 sworn in officers, something like that, 11, 13. So yeah, they move out there and get away from everybody. They think nothing's gonna happen to them. We're gonna report them missing, and it's such a small city. Everybody's gonna keep to themselves. Yeah, I think that's what happened. Ooh, okay. Your channel is music to my ears after all the drama lately. Nice to hear the actual brainstorming, girl. Tell me about it. And I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to go back and forth with a YouTuber. I mean, if they wanna, they could say what they want to say. I'm gonna bring up little things here and there, like somebody brought up an arrest being made. Okay, there was an arrest made. He got out. I just, that drama. Let me tell you, I've never seen this much drama revolve around a case, and there's quite a few cases that I follow. Um, I'm following one that just currently around the December-ish time too. There ain't no drama either. It blows my mind. Just can't we all just work together and find answers, find the boys? You know what I mean? It's just, why is there gotta be drama? I don't know. When you poke, you get poked back, I guess, you know? Uh, I wish you could join because yeah, we'd love to ask you questions. I'm sure everybody else would love to ask you questions too. Um, you and Dee, you know, both of you guys. I think you have been doing an amazing job. Thank you. Like I said, this is my first live, so I was like, how do I do it? Um, you are so brave to be out there like you are. Um, I'm just me. I do, you know, a lot of people tell me that, don't go out there by yourself. What are you doing? And I'm like, uh, if I had somebody to go out there with, which, you know, when I can, I can. I do have eyes on me sometimes out there, you know what I mean? And that's why some of the times I don't record it because that's another thing. People were getting, their worry started turning to anger. And it was just, they were so angry that I was out there by myself. And I'm just like, what? Like, I'm just doing me if I'm by myself because that's, you know what I mean? I choose to be by myself. I'm going to go. If I have a sitter for my children, which my sister do, she usually does that. I'm going to go, you know, and sometimes it's planned, sometimes it's a last minute thing. And yeah, I just go out there like I do. You know, I got protection when I'm out there. You know what I mean? So, and then for the most part, you gotta know how to talk to people. Not that I know how to talk to people, but I mean, I got my manners. I know, you know, you gotta be respectful. You can't just go up to people and, you know what I mean. I can have a good conversation. There are some people to be wary about, and that's everywhere you go. So you know what I mean. I don't watch them. They're too negative. Yeah, there's a lot of, for some odd reason, there's a lot of negativity surrounding this case, and it's sad. What is this StreamYard? Did you guys not? Can you guys not get it? Because I am posting it. Let's see. This is what it is. I don't know. Maybe if you guys manually type this in, maybe it'll take you guys to that. Try if you guys can try to manually type it because I'm putting it. I don't know why, and it's not letting me pin it either. Like, um, let me know because I would love to have you guys up here because this information. And like I said, I didn't know a lot of this information. Um, I was assuming they would like take notes of the other children that were in the house and stuff like that. I didn't know that. I was assuming. I just didn't know. And yes, of course, it's okay if you join. Let me know because I didn't get no notifications, Jeremy Crow. Of course, anybody that wants to join, it allows us to have 6 people at a time. If 6 of you guys want to join, come and join. I just ask that um, you know, let each have their turn to speak because you know, it, we're all gonna talk over each other regardless because it just happens. But of course you can join. Anybody can join. Don't let those people get you down. You're a great person, and please remember that. Thank you. That is really sweet. And then you know what? That's my whole thing too. That's big on me because I feel like sometimes people who are getting discouraged, like myself, sometimes like when people gotta talk down to you and things like that, it's people like you know what I mean, saying you're a great person. Please remember that. You don't know how much that can change a person's day, right? And then and that goes what I was doing with these two because you know what, um um sometimes I'm trying to listen. I have my niece over here too, so I think she might be waking up. I have my nieces here tonight with me, but sometimes people have a bad day, and you know, giving them something or letting them know that they're appreciated, whether it's giving them something or verbally telling them, you know, you're appreciated, you're amazing, you're doing a good job. It makes a big difference. It's not that somebody's making it about them because that's that positive followed by negative. You can get that negative, oh, you're making it about you, or you know what I mean. It's like, no, you're not. You're taking a compliment. And the more compliments people give to people, I give people compliments all the time because you don't know how that's going to affect them. And then when you're out searching, it ain't happy. You're not happy. Um, to be honest, when we're out searching the fields, it's sad to say, we're not um, we're not thinking we're going to find live bodies out in the field. That's not what we're thinking, right? Pray for the best and expect the worst. That's how it is, unfortunately. But you pray for the best. You do pray for the best. What was photoshopped? See, I'm behind in these comments just because I'm trying to get to everybody. Um, hmm. What was photoshopped? Maybe it's already down here and I haven't seen it. Any word on the sighting at the mall? I haven't heard any word on that at all. And that is crazy that came out because I was thinking that too. I was like, I wonder if we go to the mall, if they would have any footage of it. And I wish I would have went now because I was thinking that. But they don't hand over security footage anyways. You know what I mean? They won't do that, and that's why I didn't go. Because I was like, you know what? They ain't gonna hand it over. They're not gonna hand it over. And then somebody said something about sighting at the mall. I haven't heard anything else on it. I don't know who made that statement or anything else either. But if you guys have, let me know because I haven't heard anything new on it. I heard it and then it just kind of went away. Um, Mandy, yes, thank you. And that's what I'm saying. Just little words like that gets people's spirits up. You know what I mean? You could be having the worst day ever, and then little things like, you're doing good, you're amazing, keep doing what you're doing. I encourage you guys to tell everybody that. You know what I mean? Because it's gonna make them feel good. When I'm out and I see searchers, I tell them the same thing. You know what I mean? Because I think they are amazing for searching in the first place. Like you don't got no connection to these boys, and you're out searching. Um, yeah, yeah, I know. I gotta be safe. What happened, baby? You want me to cover you? You want the fan on? Huh? She's asleep, but she's talking. I remember when you went and checked the orange cooler twice. Yes. Yes, I did. Yeah, I checked it twice because I actually checked it like 4 times. People kept telling me to check it, and they thought that they seen something inside that wasn't inside. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna be out here searching anyways because I searched that place multiple times. And yeah, I did. I kept going out there. Uh, yeah. I remember Nora Jasmine going out there. Um, Funny story that you should bring that up. That video, after that was posted, there was another video posted, and I had posted that video. People mistook me for Cheyenne. I don't know her. I actually first seen her. My first time ever actually seeing her in person was the 28th. When we were just out at California City. My lips are so chapped. My first time seeing her was just recently on the 28th out at California City. I've seen her in videos. I've seen her do her own videos, and yeah, that whole mix-up that she did. And okay, here we go. That did I remove you? That whole mix-up that video that they were doing. That got me a lot of backlash because apparently me and Cheyenne have the same voice, and we're the same people. But I am short. She is tall. I'm chunky. She's skinny, and these are two different color red hairs. Can you hear me, Remy? I can't hear you. Oh, your husband's sleeping. Yeah, you know what? Actually, I did this, and I usually try. Like I said, I did a couple times where I sat here and was like, I'm gonna go live, but my kids, uh, sometimes they don't like to go to sleep when they're wild. You know what I mean? And I gotta just constantly be watching them because if not, they get into everything. I just set my daughter's fish tank up, and she thinks that they need to eat every 5 minutes. So I gotta really pay attention to that. And then I'm actually close to them right now because, like you guys, I don't know if you guys can hear, but she wakes up, she's sleeping, and then she's sleeping, but she'll still talk and stuff like that. She's yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, good. I was like, I had to fix the headphones. You, this case, I like, man. I'm
Um,
not trying to. I don't want to be negative, but it's not no negative thing. It's just like the weirdest case I've ever seen in my life. Heard
right.
it's crazy.
Yeah,
It
it is.
just um. I know everybody's entitled like to their own opinion, and not everybody will agree or disagree or whatever. But um, I know that in the back of like the side, the lot of the side. We're talking about Cow City. Okay, so the lot of Trezel's house. You see
Right.
how there was like the you see the pole, right?
What
That
pole? Which
that's
one?
next to his gate, like next to the gate. It's the tall, long pole. It's like a
Next to the gate that they allegedly got out of?
oh yeah. Um, you see next to the pole is like a little spot where someone could actually hide.
Oh yeah, yeah, I seen that today. I guess somebody
Okay,
like broke that down or something. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
so um, I'm thinking it could have been like a possibility somebody could have really actually lured him out when Trezell went to go through the front door and they had enough time, you know what I'm saying? Because they were close. Like it just it doesn't add up that they got off the gate. I mean, it's late
Right.
night. It's late, and kids are scared of the dark, so like there's no way
Mm-hmm.
they're just gonna escape. Like there's no way. Um it could be a possibility they could have been picked up or something, like Jacqueline said in her interview. I'm not related to anyone. I'm not on nobody's side. At this point, you really have to look at like both sides of the family too. Like that's how things should really go. From the beginning of the interview, I really felt like they were guilty just because the way they was acting. Trezell was giving me Chris Watts vibes, and
Right.
Jacqueline was just rocking back and forth the whole time. 14 minutes. I would I wouldn't even be able to stand in a spot for 14 minutes without because I just can't stay still. Like I gotta, but her, I don't know. And it just makes them like more like sus when they're not coming out to speak to the media and just, that one interview is not enough for the community. Like we need more answers.
Right.
Both sides of the family. Wanda West, Jacqueline's side. Like, why isn't nobody speaking and coming forward to what really happened to these boys? You got people going in circles, and people losing their mind, literally. People are sending people outside the country. I get that trafficking is real, but
Right. Yeah.
there's no way.
But okay, so you said that do you believe somebody picked them up? Is that what you believe?
I mean, my beliefs is my beliefs, and I really don't think they escaped from that gate.
I
Somebody
don't think
might have lured these
um
kids,
right. Now
and
do my maybe my question should be do you think somebody picked them up that day
mm,
on the 21st when they were, out looking?
well, from seeing Left Undone's video and recent videos, it actually showed 6 kids in real life. Like, it's weird. Like, for them to come back. with two kids on the 19th. It's just weird. No, I don't
Or
believe it happened with the
for them to
19th.
what on the 19th? Come back with two kids?
Yeah,
I didn't see no kids on the 19th coming back.
guys gotta tune into the videos. Just saying.
Yeah, yeah, I do see a lot of videos. And I do see that they see figures or stuff like that. But like I said, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I personally don't. I don't know. Maybe we're not talking about the same video either.
Maybe.
Um, but yeah, because the videos that I see, absolutely, no, I do not think so. I'll have to check out the video you're talking about. Because I don't think I left undone. I don't think I've seen that video. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, personally, when I watched that video over and over and over again, and I didn't see no kids coming out. What I seen was Jacqueline get out and go straight into her house very quickly, and then Trey's out goes to the mailbox. I didn't see um any other kids getting out. Hmm.
Oh,
At all.
why?
And
All
I
right.
watched it over and over. Maybe I'll go take a look at her. So you know what I mean. Of course I will. But yeah, I went over these videos so many times, and what I seen was no kids got out. So you did see two kids get out, is what you're saying?
No, it's not like they got out. I'm just saying my opinion. Like it could have
Yeah,
been
yeah,
someone hiding there or something. Like it's weird.
right.
Like could have been anyone. Nobody knows. I
Yeah,
know for what's his name? Lee Hampton. Yeah, I'm not liking the comment. I don't like when people talk about other YouTubers who actually out there doing what they want to do
what
and
is,
you know what I'm
what is that?
saying?
Somebody comment something?
Yeah, it's about Doug and I don't
Yeah,
think
I don't have what do you call those people? Those let me see if I could go up. I can't find it. I need to get
I don't, I don't like when people talk about Doug nor Benny. Like that's that. Like
oh,
you can't.
he said right now stay away from Doug and calm. Just seems unstable at this time. Um, I mean, I don't, as of right now, I don't really associate with too many YouTubers and things like that. I watch every YouTuber's videos and things like that. Um, yeah,
Um.
there's a
So
lot of craziness revolving around this case, and it's sad. And that's my opinion on all that.
for Mandy, uh, oh Miss Williams, who would have saw the kids in the dark? Come on now, it's not who would see them. It's common sense. There was kind of a little bit of lighting in the back of Trezel's backyard. I'm pretty sure his lights was on. Pretty sure that you really, it doesn't matter. It could be somebody that the kids knew or something, and like anyone. I'm just saying, opinions is what it is. It's not facts. I'm not saying it's a fact that someone lured them out. I'm just saying, what if they ran to escape abuse and ran until they couldn't anymore? I don't know. No,
Anything's a possibility at this
yeah,
anything's a possibility. I mean,
it
you're gonna have your
is.
opinion. I'm gonna have my opinion. The viewers are gonna have their
Mm-hmm.
opinion. To be honest, anything's possible. I mean, my only thing is, if they were running to escape the abuse, they're little children, so they're gonna lose momentum at some point. Um,
The
and they're gonna be somewhere close. I don't think they're gonna get very far. Um, so if that's what you think happened, then somebody could have
yeah,
picked them up, or where'd they go, or
yeah.
little kids,
Nobody
they
knows.
go. The little kids are fast, but they do also lose momentum as well. But anything's a possibility. Anything is.
Um. Yeah, I agree with Miss Williams. They still shouldn't have left those kids in the backyard by themselves,
Right. Yeah.
regardless of anything. Left undone, edits videos, look at who follows. I'm not talking about her, I'm talking about another video I seen, but I mean, I did see her video and it kind of like added up, but okay, if she edits videos, then I mean, hey, there's nothing I can say. There's a lot of people who edit videos, There's a lot of people who edit videos and don't have the truth videos and just want to hide the fact that the real truth really happened and just want to be like, oh my God, like, no, that's just wrong. And they need to really check, like, the focus is on Bakersfield, right? But honestly, the focus should stay in Cal City also. Both cities,
Those
both.
kids were never in Cal City.
I don't think so either. Mm-mm.
And you're talking about that video that that crazy woman went and wrote all that stuff all over the place and was pointing out all those shadows.
No,
Where's the logic with the guy behind the pole? How is some guy from the middle of nowhere and there's a field right there going to know that there's boys in the backyard? How is he going to know that? How is he going to, that video that you're talking about that they were trying to say, oh, those two little shadows were the boys and see them running out. The logic with it makes no sense because there's an empty field right there with a high fence. If someone is driving by or walking by, they can't see those boys. So how are they going to lurk behind that pole that you're talking about and see
you're
those
not
boys and
understanding.
lure them out?
That's not exactly the video I'm talking about. I'm not talking
But
about
you're
that video.
talking about the pole, though, right?
I was giving an example. I was telling her where the pole was, where that little spot is. There's a possibility someone could hide there, is what I'm saying. And it just makes common sense. Like, I'm not saying, oh, how, nothing like that. Like, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. So I
Right,
don't know
they
how
are.
you,
But I'm just trying to figure out the logic. I mean, where's the logic in all that? Out of the middle of nowhere, how would the guy know a person, anybody, know to lurk and hide at that pole? Out of the middle
I'm,
of nowhere. That's your opinion. So explain it to me. How would someone out of nowhere, and there's a field right there, go and lurk at that pole and know that there's two little boys in that yard to snatch them? I don't understand.
Right, Pedro. Pedro, like you said, the cadaver dogs never picked up the boy's scent outside the home. Red freaking flags, man. That's what you said. Yeah, absolutely. They
man,
didn't. They didn't pick up the scent.
I was like, nope.
Then also they did say they are used as tools, so maybe not always accurate, but yeah, their scent most likely their scent would have been picked up had they been in that backyard.
And
That's
that's why the case is in Bakersfield, because the boys really disappeared in Bakersfield, and the reason it's a Cal City case is because it was reported in Cal City.
right.
That's why it's in both. But Bakersfield took over for a reason.
Exactly. They took over because let me see where this said real
All of
quick.
their leads and their investigation is leading them that way.
Right, and due to facts now known to investigators, the
Right.
circumstances surrounding the disappearance, yeah, then Bakersfield is a historical nexus of the children. Um, I get that part because that everybody the kids knew are here and stuff like that. But what I want to know is, due to facts now known to investigators, I want to know what facts they're talking about, like what you know what I mean? Because now
Well, they're
obviously,
not going to let us know
yeah,
because it would
I know,
jeopardize.
right.
But like, if the boys were there and there was a stranger in the backyard, they have a dog. Didn't they have a dog, a pit bull or
Right.
something?
And
That
that's
well,
what Mr. and
that
Miss
dog.
Williams says. It's way too many dogs around for them not to go outside and check on their babies, which is absolutely right. There's a lot of dogs. I just went out there. I left my car door open for a second. A dog went in my car and ate my lunch. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Uh,
And that's how many dogs they have running out there. Absolutely. You're right, Mr. and
uh,
Miss Williams. That's on point right there because that's correct. Yeah, there's way too many dogs out there. Um,
I had a pit bull, and my poor baby, may he rest in peace. He was the happiest baby. You come in my house, and he just would love you to death. But if you were outside my fence, and he knew you and you were in my house, if you were outside my fence, he'd want to rip you apart just
right.
because you were outside my fence.
Right.
So if these babies were outside and this dog saw someone by the fence, whether he was a nice, lovable family dog, he's going to run out there and protect those babies
right. And
or
and
bark if
they
he can't
had
get out.
they had two dogs, right? The Wests,
Hmm.
or did they just have one in
I
California?
don't know. I thought he only had one there at the
I thought
house.
he had one as
It
well,
was
but there was a
confirmed that he has a little one.
either way. So if that gate was left
Yeah.
open, the dog would have followed them out, right? I mean, maybe not in
I
every single case, but
But
most.
even if the dog didn't go
the,
out, the dog would have barked.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and usually the dog would have followed the two boys out, and there's
Mhm.
so many loose dogs out there. That dog would have went out there, and all the dogs would have been barking at each other. There would have been loud in that neighborhood. There would have been noise, you know. And Mandy, yes, Bakersfield
Mm-mm.
has always been involved in the case from day one. Yes, Bakersfield has been involved. They just recently took over, but they have always been involved, as well
Oh,
as
and
the
I'm sorry.
sheriff.
I was rude. I needed to say thank you to Mrs. C and Mandy for telling me what this was and how to get on here.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what the link is. What's going on with that? Um, Pedro, yes. I'm glad Bakersfield Police Department picked up this case. If you listen close, BPD uh, detectives said they would be able to re-interview and question people. Okay, I didn't catch that one.
That would be
California
good.
City didn't question enough folks. I agree, and I think that's my You know what? Actually, Remy, now that we got you on here,
Hmm.
um, that's what I was thinking too. Maybe they pick somebody up to question. So, what do you know as far as today? What happened today? What do you know about that, or um, uh, who was it that had informed you? Like, is it a fact that they were three people were questioned, and do you know who?
It was I mean, it's all news. I mean, you can't always believe 100% news, seriously. Like sometimes they're messed up, but yeah, I told, oh my God, I heard on the news that it was three people.
Okay,
I
so then
They
the
said that they did do
okay,
a few
I
search
didn't catch that.
warrants today. I'm not sure.
Okay,
I know it
I didn't
was
catch that.
two search warrants were done at the West House.
Okay, and that what was that released today? Do you know?
It was today. That's why it's just crazy because over that area it was really busy. It's weird. A lot of
Right.
people
So
outside, standing, walking around, cars going by. It's too busy. It's weird.
do you know? Yeah, I was out there today. After I had heard about it, do you know which station released that?
I would have to
Which
go back
news
and look.
station?
Seriously,
Okay. Do you remember what all they
it's
said? Was it a
it's.
video or was it a read? Did you
Oh
have to
no,
read it?
it was a video.
Okay. Do you
More
remember
than one
what?
video.
I didn't catch that. I was out there. That's why I didn't catch it. Probably I was out there in front of the house. Um. Do you know what was all said by any chance?
What was said?
Yeah. What was stated by the news, if you remember?
Yeah,
I got to go back and look at it myself.
yeah.
Anyway.
I have it. I
Um.
have it here.
Did they
When
say
I
which? Did they say which three
do,
people it was? Were they all the West?
it did say three people. It did say three West.
Okay.
If you had an email, I could like send it to your email so you can see. Cause it's
Yeah,
two
yeah,
videos. So,
I do. I'm gonna go ahead and look them up real quick. I'll catch up on the comments real quick, but
oh my God, they're still stuck on that. Oh, the guy hiding, and it was just me saying that anything's possible. Anything is possible. They could have been picked up or something, like Jacqueline said, or they never made it to Cal City. Or hello, like I'm giving you my opinion, so you guys are still stuck on it, like about the dog barking or whatever the case is. Okay, we get it. Yes, the dog would have barked or whatever. It was my opinion, and it could be anything. Anything could happen, could have happened. Like doesn't make it makes sense. Like I respect you guys' opinion. You guys could just really get off the subject now about somebody hiding. Like it's a possibility. Okay, like a lot of YouTubers have said it's a possibility. What you guys gonna go after that YouTuber and just be on the same thing? Like let's move on to a different question or something. You guys are really stuck on it. I'm sorry to be disrespectful on your pin right now. I'm really
no,
upset
no. I
because
mean, it's
they're
okay.
on it,
I
and
get that
I
they're
don't
on
know
it.
who this. And wasn't
It's
your
probably
name's
because
Mandy?
who?
Your name's Mandy? No.
No,
Oh,
no,
I
no.
thought somebody said
It's
Mandy.
just, they're all stating their opinion as well,
I
and
get it, but
it's probably coming up more than once because there's more than one of them that have that same opinion, you know.
yeah, I get it,
And
but
yeah, we welcome all opinions.
all types of opinions. I'm not
Uh,
staying stuck with that. I
right.
have different other
Yeah, yeah.
opinions behind that.
Right. Just it just if I mean, scroll past it. You know what I mean? Because I don't. I mean, I
And
got.
the lady, I don't, no disrespect to the one on the panel, but the way she came in also was like, on some, let me come at her real quick, you know what I'm saying? Like, how would you know if some, how would, no, don't do that to
Yeah,
me
this case
ever.
is
Oh,
it's a high. I mean,
she
emotions are
came
running
in,
high. You know what I mean? Emotions are running high, and
I get it, but she came in
people
all
are
hostile. Like,
disagreeing.
calm down, shorty.
Right.
It's 5:30 in the morning.
Well, that's how I talk. Oh well,
Oh, well,
deal with
well,
it.
no, I'm not going
Yeah.
to have you
Just,
disrespect. I came on this panel
I
first to
wasn't
talk to her,
disrespecting.
okay?
I was just letting you
Well,
know
you
my
can lower,
opinion.
but you can lower
It
your
didn't make
tone
any
though,
sense.
shorty. Lower your tone. That's all I'm saying. Lower your tone.
This is how I talk. Can't help it.
Well, then I don't know what to tell you, but
all right. So Dee Dee, I wanted to ask you some things too. Um, do you know, because you have a grandson that was adopted,
Yeah.
is there a way you can tell us? Do you know what the process is? I know it's your grandson, but do you know what the procedures and qualifications or qualifications as far as income and things go like that as
It's a
well?
pain in the ass.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, I
well,
can,
what
you got
happened
one
is
hour.
that my grandson is my nephew, and so my mother had him, and my mother passed away, and I had medical issues,
mhm.
and I had foster children of my own that were older, so I couldn't take him. My son, being the oldest cousin and there's a great age gap, obviously. He took him. At the time, my son was a part time employee for the city and a student, so he wasn't making a whole lot of money.
Right.
So they didn't go off of his income, they went off of the kind of home he could provide. And
Oh,
so, since he was able to provide for him, um, but he had to go to classes, he had to go to all kinds of things. And because my sister had a drug problem, they had to make sure he didn't, but he didn't have a record. He doesn't have a record. He's never been arrested. He's never been in jail or anything. No drug use. Um, and you have a social worker for you, and you have a social worker for the child. You both have a social worker,
okay. So the
and
adoptive parents would have a social worker as
you
well for the
both have a social worker, right? You
okay.
have one that works with you, and you have one that comes and sees the child. You interact and see the one that sees the child the most. And in the beginning, when you get the
Hmm,
child, whether it's a foster child
that's a
or
good
an
question.
adopted child, um, they in the beginning, like let's say if I would have gotten the baby, if I would have gotten him when he was younger, since I was already an established foster parent, then I
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't have had to meet with them every week. But in the
Right.
beginning, when you first get one, like it would have been first for my son. So in the beginning, he had to meet with them, with his social worker and the baby social worker. So every week he was
That's
meeting with somebody, at least for the first month, he was meeting with each
that's true,
one
Pedro.
separately. And they come into your home before you get the child, and they check out your home and they make sure you have a place for the baby to sleep and a bed for the baby to sleep, and they make sure your house is safe. They check your windows. They do all kinds of crap,
They
but
have
they
to.
make you go to classes. And like I said, my son wasn't a drug user, the and his social worker made him take a drug test. The baby's social worker said they weren't
Pedro.
supposed to do that, but he did. They made him do that.
They
They
said they
actually
were not supposed to make him take a drug test.
they weren't supposed to make him because he didn't have anything in his history. There was nothing.
No,
He
right,
wasn't a drug user. But what happened is his social work, his social, sometimes they're bitches. Excuse my language. Some of them are just really yeah, I would say bitches. So what they did with him is the social worker called him into the office and said he needed to go sign papers, but really she wanted him there for drug tests, but he
right.
didn't have to worry about. So he did that. So anyways, after that's all done, they just do a bunch of behind the scene bunch of stuff, and they come visit you, and you got to take all these classes and all this stuff. And it took them about 18 months before it was finalized. But you have to
Wow.
take a bunch of different classes, parenting classes, and a whole bunch of stuff like that.
It's
But in between all that time, like I said, they're coming to your home. They're
you
coming to
bet.
see how the baby's doing, to see
Right.
if you've done your classes and you have proof that you've done your classes and all kinds of stuff like that.
How often are they coming out to your house? You said that they come out to your house before the foster or the adoption takes place.
Yeah, they come to your house, even when you're fostering, they come to your house to make sure that you have room for the baby or the kids. They want to make sure the home is safe and you have a room. I mean, they literally check to see, is there an exit? Is there this? Is there that? They check
Right.
Safety.
everything. So, and then they'll place the child in your home. They just won't come with the child and say, here, they come check it and then they bring the child.
Yeah. Now, do you know? Because I've read and heard different as well. How many rooms per child? Is it how many rooms per child? Do you know that answer?
They tell you that it's two, but when I first got the boy, I have a bunch of nephews. When I first got the two boys, it was okay because I had a room for the two boys. But then I got my other sister's two boys. They were not in the
True.
system, but they shared a room with those two boys. Like I told you, when social workers come, they write down who's in the house or who's where. And they had no problem with the other two boys because they had two sets of bunk beds. They had no problem with the other two boys being in the same room with the other boys. So
Okay.
I'm guessing, even though they tell you that it's like two or whatever, I'm guessing if it's same sex and you've got beds or whatever the case is, that maybe they make exceptions because they didn't say the boys couldn't be in the room with them, and they didn't tell me I had to put them in another room. They never made it an issue.
It's different.
Yeah. Mandy, yeah, yeah, she said
Hmm.
here in Oregon, their living room is considered a room. I know, I thought that
Every
was the fact for California as well, because I remember going
t-
and getting my very first apartment. When I got my very first apartment when I was young, they had told me the living room, it's two people per room, and the living room counts as a room as well. No, I don't know if that's as far as the adoption process, if the living room counts. I know from what I thought, it was supposed to be the same sex per room. Um,
Right, it's supposed to be same sex in the room, right?
and now, is the living room considered a room? Do you know?
That I don't know.
Okay.
I would think that probably so it could be. Because I think when people rent places, you know how landlords will go and say, like, I think they say three people for a one bedroom, so maybe, two people in the room, one in the living room, I think. Five for, I think they say what, five for a two bedroom. So it might be the living room might be considered a bedroom.
Okay. Hmm.
I'm guessing.
Now, you don't know how often they would like from September to December. You don't know if they would have got checked, like
Yeah,
a
they
CPR.
should have. Okay, they moved. Let's say if the boys were, like you said, from Bakersfield and they moved to Cal City, there's okay, and it's the
yeah,
same county, right? Aren't they Kern County or something like that?
Yeah, Kern County.
So depending on if they were able to get it switched to a social worker in like in Cal City. If not, a social worker from Bakersfield would have to go all the way to Cal City and visit them. So I don't know how they do it up there, if they switched it over and they were able to get a Cal City social worker. But yes, they're supposed to be every month. Did between the ball between Bakersfield and Cal City get dropped and there was never a visit? And maybe they freaked out because they were going to get a visit? I don't know.
Oh, that makes
I
sense.
was thinking that I didn't know they got checked on every month. My whole thing is,
They
did they get
do.
freaked out because the family was gonna come visit them for Christmas? That was my thing. You know what I
That's
mean? Is that why they said that they were missing because their family was gonna come for Christmas? Or
But they don't have to let the family come.
no, I'm not
right.
talking about social workers. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about reporting them in general. Did they report the boys missing because Christmas was coming and they knew the boy they didn't have the boys? You know what I
Wow.
mean? 'Cause I believe they came up missing before December 21st. And I
Way
believe
before
they
that.
never made it out. Yeah, they didn't make it out to California City. So I was thinking,
Right. They didn't make it to California
you
City, but
know,
I think the whole family knows they didn't make it out to
yeah,
California City.
right. And at first,
So
first,
I don't
right,
think they were, I don't think they, the family's going to question where the boys were because I think
right.
though they already know the boys are gone.
hmm And
So
that was my first thing. That was
I
my
don't
first
think
thing.
anybody's going to question.
Right. When they first reported the boys missing, I didn't know how the family was acting. Right. Nobody knew until we got further in. They weren't opening their voices. They weren't searching. They were, the West family, and then Jacqueline with her family. But the initial interview, that's what I'm talking about. That day, I was like, oh my goodness, they probably are doing this because Christmas is coming and family's coming. But then you realize how their family is, right? They didn't post anything about the kids or anything. So
Nobody did
my
anything.
second thing was, what, maybe they were gonna get a checkup for a social worker, and that's why I wanted to know how often a social worker went, because could that have been the case? Is that why they reported them, or were they expecting
I
someone
don't know.
to come
That's what doesn't make any
inspect
sense
their
because
house?
if they would have just shut up, they probably could have got away with this for a long time.
That's what they
Because
didn't, yeah, because they didn't expect it to be this big. They didn't expect it,
right, they didn't.
right? They didn't
That's
expect
big.
us to be out searching the community to come together, anything like this. They didn't. California's very small. I mean, it's big, but it's small. You know what I mean? And so I think that's what they moved there for. It's small. They thought that they were going to announce that the kids were missing and it was going to go away. Mm.
Probably. Yeah, I agree.
And Remy, you wanted to speak on something?
Do you think it could have happened in between Bakersfield and Cal City when they went
Yeah.
missing?
Oh yeah, I think anything could have happened. Me myself, I wanted to go between California City and Bakersfield. You have Tehachapi, which is I forget how many acres it is. It is huge. I don't know if you've ever been through Tehachapi, but there's ledges they have rails on them. But if you were to park your car on the side of the road and look down, there's a huge drop. You're
Oh,
not allowed. You're not allowed to park your car on the side. I mean, if you have an emergency, obviously, but I wanted to personally go park my car right there and just look down every edge. You know what I mean? Just in case, because I mean, you never do know. There's wildlife over there. There's so much wildlife, and that drop is huge, and nobody ever parks on the side right there to look down. So that's something I wanted to do, but if you don't got an emergency, you get a ticket for it. Plus, not that I would be more worried about a ticket. It's not safe.
it's
Um,
dangerous.
it's very very dangerous to be parked on the side of the road to Tehachapi. But yes, could it have happened in between Bakersfield and California City? Absolutely, anything's possible.
Well,
So,
what concerned me is when the grant. I don't know who that man is who put up the some of the money, 30,000. I guess I don't know if it's a brother or
Jamal
cousin or
Walker.
Jamal,
uncle.
I believe that was Jamal, which is Trezel's half brother.
Okay, they did a news interview with the his parents, the grandparents,
Hmm.
and the guy who put up the money. The grandmother, she said something about we're just trying to mourn. She used the word mourning, or we just want to mourn our boys or mourn the babies. Who says that? Who said they were dead? Why are you
Oh,
saying? Why are
how
you using that word?
Right.
I
Uh,
caught that word, and it
and
was
I've
like,
seen people comment the same thing, and I'm just like, wow. Um, yeah, yeah, and I noticed today, and that it's really sad because the wooden crates that were in the back of the West home at one point,
Yes.
and they looked really weird and in the size
Yes.
of
Oh, I know
those are
what you're
not
talking. That's
those
not
are not
good.
there. They're not there
No.
today. When we went to go look in the backyard, they're not there, and the dirt is uh it looks like there was a lot of digging back there.
It was.
But those are not there anymore. Those brown crate looking things, boxes, if you will, they're not there anymore.
I don't like how that was set up side by side. It was just
Right,
weird.
right.
The
Nobody
whole,
did.
just the whole backyard, like in the beginning, was just like all wild and stuff like that. And then
Right.
somebody goes back and it's cleaned up. And it's weird. Like,
Yeah, they
and
cleaned it because I think because people started going over there, filming and recording it and looking into it, so they had to clean it up because there was word that how messy their yard was, and then there was also word, can the boys be back there somewhere? You know what I
oh my
mean?
God,
And
I
so
really,
they did what
oh,
they did to clean it up and make it look nice, but then they put
well,
those two wooden boxes back there, and everybody was like, "What is that?" And she could have said she didn't. Obviously, they haven't said anything. She could have said they were for flower pots or something. Because I was thinking, okay, maybe flower pots or something. But now all of a sudden they're gone, so that don't make sense.
no.
That doesn't
But
make any sense.
that little house shed thing, that's weird. That looks like it was recently built though. Like it, it's
What is
disgusting.
it? The
you're
shed?
right,
The
Franco.
shed, the shed, it looks like it was like recently built. Like it's weird. I don't know. And
Right. I
how could Wanda even say something about anything when she could even barely talk when somebody's on her back coming out from the front of her house, trying to bring her inside the house? She can barely speak to anyone. Like at, at one point in one video, I really felt like Wanda wanted to speak, but then she just, whatever, whoever that guy
I
was, masked up, came out to grab her by her shoulders and lead her
No,
in the
I think
house.
Wanda wants to talk. My personal opinion, because the way that she came at Crenshaw saying what she said, and it's like, oh, I think she wants to open up. But if he wasn't there, I don't know who it was, if it was Philip
It
or
looked
Tracy
like Josiah.
or Josiah. So
Yep.
whichever one it was, if they're not around, I think she wants to talk. Whether she wants to talk, excuse my language, shit, um, she could say what she needs to say, or if she actually wants to say something.
She
I feel like she wants to talk.
she
I feel like
does.
she wants to say something. I think it's the guys along with Jamal,
Hmm.
um, and that's why she ain't speaking.
It's basically
That's
controlling her. But what was oh man, I was gonna say something so important I forgot. Oh,
right. Let me address this real quick. Mandy says I think they were more worried about the other kids might say they haven't seen the boys for a long time. I'm very curious to see to hear what those boys said. Unfortunately, because they're minors, we ain't gonna hear what they said. But yeah, I'm curious to know what they said. They're gonna say when the last time they seen those boys were
oh
coached or not. If you're in the face of an officer, whether you were coached or not, I mean, maybe some kids are gonna stick it out, but majority of kids are gonna tell the truth. You know
yeah,
what I mean? Whether it's because of intimidation or they know, oh, it's a cop and cops are good. That's how kids think, and so they want to tell the truth. So I'm curious to know, and could that be the new information BPD has?
yep.
You know what I mean?
And
Or when were
Pedro,
those kids re-questioned by BPD, or when were they initially questioned? Or I'm still trying to figure out what
They
new
probably.
information BPD has.
You think
also
they?
Pedro, I don't know his name flashed. He had a point too. Someone could have called in. Maybe they haven't seen the boys. Maybe
Right.
a family member undercover could have called in too for a welfare check, and they knew they were going to come and look for the boys, and that's why they had to say they were missing. It's just that I
No,
think I think
no,
they
no.
would have
Sorry.
said that in the beginning,
For
like they did with the JJ and Tylee thing. The news advertised that they were doing a welfare check. So I think if that would have been the case, like how he's saying anybody could have done a welfare check, I think the news would have said there was going to be a welfare check, so now the boys disappeared, and then it would have been a big thing from the jump.
Yeah. Robert's girl, could it be Wanda is scared to talk?
I don't think
Absolutely.
so. Wait,
I think
well,
I think she's scared to talk because of the men surrounding her. I
yeah,
think that's
that's
what she's scared of. Because if they weren't there, she would be talking. Because when they weren't outside, she had some words to say
she
already
was.
to Crenshaw. And they
You got
weren't
it right,
nice.
but you got
She
it
said
wrong.
something. She said something.
But
So
you
I think
got
it's
it.
the men. Yeah, the men
It's weird.
surrounding her. Yeah, I think she's scared because the men surrounding her. Absolutely.
Her
Then
husband, her sons.
right. And Mr. and Miss Williams, do you really think the last time the kids really saw the other kids was on the 19th? No,
She has a
I,
daughter,
I
I think.
don't. I don't think that they seen him on the 19th. I think it was way before that. That's just my opinion, though. Um, I don't
I
think
don't
so.
think they've been seen for a long time.
Me neither.
If Bakersfield wants to know when anybody has seen them in the last 365 days, that's sad.
Right. They want to
You
see it
know,
last
that's
year,
really sad. It's kind of scary because
regardless
they
of
could
the
have been missing for a long,
circumstances.
long time.
What did they
Do you
say
believe
regardless?
the sightings? Do you believe any of the sightings that people were saying that they see?
Uh, I, uh, I want to believe it because you holding on to that hope and you're hoping they're
I
local
could.
in Bakersfield, even
Oh,
though they might not be here in Bakersfield, but you hold on to that hope. So I want to believe it.
I
Um,
could. Oh, go
but
ahead.
I think a lot of people might be confusing them as far as the mall goes. I don't know because you know what?
The mall
Um,
is a more high possibility because more cameras and stuff. I think, like, I really wish, like, I'm not sure. That was the last sighting, supposedly, was the mall, was it? Or no?
it was like hotel than the mall, I believe.
San
And
Jose, I don't believe that one.
don't get me wrong,
Sorry.
because it could be anywhere. It could anything is possible. They could be at a hotel. They could be at the mall. They could be anywhere. No, you know what I mean. Unless you see their actual face, you're I don't think anybody's gonna know 100% sure. I don't know if their faces were shown at the mall or the hotel. They might have been. I'm not sure that I know of.
I don't know. They should, the Bakersfield should really take. Would they be able to like take those cameras from supposedly the mall, like people seeing him,
They
seeing them
can.
and
I'm
stuff?
sure they're already looking into it. I'm sure they're looking into it. They're not gonna release that to us. You know what I
No,
mean?
I know.
I think right now Bakersfield's focus is, and I don't know, this is just what I think. I think their focus is going to be interviewing people, and I think there's going to be a lot of people being pulled in for interviews.
That's gonna be a lot. There was like 26 plus search warrants. Wow, that's a lot. That is a lot.
Yeah, I think at this point that's what they're going to be doing, and I think they're going to question everybody.
They they should. They really should. Both sides of
Hello.
the family.
Hello,
Oh,
Shelly.
Hi, I'm Pedro's niece. I'm Pete's niece.
Okay, he's so funny.
He's a mess, but he's so informed. He knows a lot. He's my
Yeah,
basically like my dad. He's raised me.
yeah, he's put out some pretty good information on here.
But he knows a lot about CPS because we had to adopt my brother's son, and let me tell you, they have a list of things. They're like, you cannot have large dogs. He was so sad he had to give away his Benny boy, his German Shepherd,
Oh wow.
and
And what
they
state is this coming from?
we're in Kern County. We're in California.
Oh, you're in California. Okay.
We're in
Wow,
Wasco,
really?
Kern
Large
County.
dog is on the list?
Girlfriend, you can't have a German Shepherd, a Rottweiler, pit
that's
bull,
crazy.
What?
Wow. California is different.
Wow. No,
yeah.
no, is it California's or is it the county rules? Is it state rules or county rules? Do you know?
For sure it's county. I'm not sure about state, but they came in and were like, "Oh no, you don't have a gate around your pool. You have
I
large
understand that
dogs."
one. I understand the gate around the
Right.
pool,
Oh,
but
for sure. But our backyard was kind of separate from the house. It was on its own the house was a very odd house when we bought it, but it was on its own little area. The pool was pretty much gated off from the house, but I understand there was no fence around the pool. But the large dog thing
Yeah,
threw us off.
that throws me off too.
And that's why he was like, no, every time these come up about the videos come up, he's like, why are they allowed to have a pit bull? He's so mad.
Right. Yeah,
Not
and you know
only
what?
that, but
Today to
several.
mention. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, no, go ahead.
He's texting me. He's like, no, no, Mija, tell him they had several vicious dogs in their yard.
Mhm.
And so that's a big no no. They have quite the list when you first go into the whole thing with CPS, and they even after you adopt, they want to check your home, they want to check
Okay.
your area, they want to make sure each kid has a bed, and there are no same sex in the same room, but you can have up to 4 kids in one room if you have two bunk beds.
Is it of the same sex or can it be different sex?
After 3 years old, they have to be same sex. That's it.
Okay.
See,
Now,
here in San Diego, they didn't, after the adoption, we never saw a social worker again.
Okay, well, Kern County, it's hit and miss. Sometimes they're like harping on you, and sometimes they're just, oh well, leave it.
mm, they're
It
a mess too.
depends.
Yeah, because
They're
we,
a mess like Pedro's a mess.
yeah,
Exactly.
because my grandson got adopted at the age of 3, and he's 14 now, and we haven't seen one since he was 3.
Well, see, we adopted under circumstances where the mother was abusive. She sat him on the stove and burned him.
Oh my goodness.
And once we got a hold of him, she started calling the police every weekend saying, he had a scratch when I saw him at the visit. She had to have supervised visitation. So if he had a little scratch or a little bump, bruise, any tiny thing, she'd call the police and we'd have to have our home in tip top shape. And
Right.
Pedro, he'd be like, well, god dang, I can't even have a Bud Light after work.
Mhm.
Because they be coming knocking every Wednesday
Mhm.
night. And
So besides, are they only checking that often because something was reported?
all you have to do is call and say, I need a welfare check at this address.
Right.
I seen my child with a scratch, and they can come in your home.
Right, but say if there's not a welfare check called in your case, how often did they come check?
If nothing would have been called in, nobody would have come.
Oh, see.
See, so then it's like here, we never had anybody call for a welfare check, so no one came. So if you wouldn't
Exactly.
have had anyone call for a welfare check, they would have never came.
And
Right, but
because they're
you
in a
said
different city and the mother didn't know where they were nor the address, how could she have called a
right,
welfare check?
right.
Oh, let's be nice to Uncle Pedro. I
I
know he's
know.
a sweetheart. He's over here texting up a storm. His thumbs are on fire.
So Shelly, I think I called you Sally earlier.
That's
You
okay. It's
said
my
if
grandma's
I'm
name.
not okay, did you say that even after they're adopted, they do get welfare checks, right? Or did I hear that wrong?
Um, once he was adopted, they came 3 times, and it was to make sure we didn't have the damn dogs,
Oh,
and
so
then
it's
they
just
came
to
back to make
recheck
sure we
on.
had the fence around the pool. But other than that, um, they didn't show up unless the mother called.
Okay. Now, was he ever fostered, or he just went
He
straight to
was.
be adopted? He was. And how often did they check on him when he was fostered?
After the burn, we had no idea who had him, where he was. The foster
No.
parent had him for a month, and we didn't even know who, where, what. Even if she was our neighbor, nothing. They wouldn't tell us anything
Right, and they don't.
until no, they
Uh,
don't.
right,
Until the investigation was over. Once they determined there was no evidence, and it's very odd that I'm going to tell you that the little boy Oren had a was it a transverse fracture to his femur?
It was the
uh,
oldest one.
it was. I don't know what it was. It was a
It was
femur.
orange. Yeah, it was orange.
Okay,
She's right.
because my nephew had a a twisted fracture to his lower calf, to his
Oh,
lower leg. And it looked like someone was tugging on it. So that was the first time they took him, and they put him with foster family. We had no idea who he was with, and then they gave him back, and that was within like 2 weeks because they couldn't determine that there was any foul play. So then the burn that occurred to him was what gave them, they were like, okay, this is the second time, second offense, we're going to take him away. So that's why I don't understand why they took the little guy from her in the first place and never give him back. Like they should do a thorough investigation. And the fracture
And
was odd. It was twisted.
especially because they said that it was ruled an accident.
Yeah.
And my thing is, and that's why a lot of people are wondering, why does she need attorney fees and stuff like that? That's why, because if it was ruled an accident and they still took her son away, they wrongfully took him away.
Well, yeah,
yeah.
they took my nephew away and they gave him right back. What did I say, like 3 weeks later, after
And
they
they
said, okay,
and
well,
in
there was
your
no.
case, they shouldn't have given him back,
You're
right?
every kid.
Well, they gave him back to her mother.
Okay,
And
so not
then,
not whoever burnt him.
well, he got the fracture first. And then once they give him back to her mother, then he got the burn, which they figured out she admitted, she said, oh, yeah, he was upset. So he wanted some soup. And I told him no. So when I sat him on the counter, I accidentally set him on the burner. Who's
What?
It
Right.
was awful. It was horrible. And
Yeah,
then
see, and that's the thing too. People don't realize there are kids that are getting taken for no
Mhm.
reason. It was ruled accidental. That kid should have never been taken. So should she go after them? Absolutely. She's
I
entitled.
would have.
There
They
are
should have
kids
ended that
who,
investigation, case
right,
closed, once they said it was an accident.
right, and then you got these kids who are taken away and then given right back, and unfortunately, some of them don't make it through it. Some of them are severely abused and like you said,
Mm.
have burn marks and
They
stuff
were
like
abused
that.
really bad.
Yeah, they gave him right back to that woman's family, and then they burned him so bad,
So
and we
sad.
were like, okay, this is it. We got a lawyer, but we did get a lawyer.
Right. And what was your process as far as a lawyer and what you went through?
We
What
went
is
through
the
the family
process?
law court in Kern County in Bakersfield and obtained a lawyer, and so did mom. Of course, she got herself a little lawyer, and the judge was like, if I had a nickel for every time I saw a woman come in here and say, "Oh no, this the third time, I won't let it happen again," he was like, "I'd be a rich man, and it's not going to
Right.
happen on my watch. I don't care what your lawyer says." And he said, I see. But we did have to retain a lawyer, and through family law court, when you get a lawyer, they they do require a $1,500 retainer, which you have to pay that up front.
Oh wow.
But you can go take out a damn stupid loan at your, one of those little cash advances, and which that's unfortunately what my brother had to do.
Yeah.
And so did that real quick, got the lawyer, and the lawyer went and battled for him, and it didn't take long before they we could get my nephew away from her. But that's the process. You do have to go and get a family law lawyer, and it's not hard. They're waiting. They're sitting there just waiting, chomping at the bit to get in there.
Yeah.
See, yours was way different than ours because my sister had to go to classes and she had to do stuff to prove herself to be able to get the baby back. And because she did not comply, they took her rights away, and that's how we got the baby.
And
Well,
every case is going to be slightly different and slightly unfair and unjust. Um.
right. I'm not sure what she had to go through to get him back, but I know that we did have to go to a meeting grounds to so she could see him. But as far as classes, I don't know because she kept denying it, So we did go to
Right.
court. That's why I'm wondering why they didn't even allow Ryan to have a court date.
Yeah, they didn't. As far as I know, they didn't even allow half the family to try. Now, did they contact you guys? and ask you guys, hey, are you able to take him in or anything like that?
The first time they take him away from everybody, and then once they came to our house, interviewed us, checked our, our pool, our dogs, and all that. Then they checked her house and found it to be unfit and filthy. They came back to us and said, "Hey, okay, would you like to take him in?" And we said, "Absolutely, of course, we're going to keep him." And so then, she got visitations, and during one of those visitations, she was allowed to have him at her home for a couple hours, and that's when the burn occurred. And so then, but I mean, they did contact us right away and said, "Hey, the first time, would you
So
like
they
to?"
contacted you. You didn't need to contact them.
Nope, no. When it first happened, they took him away. We weren't even allowed to know where he was with. I'm talking with the fracture the first time, and then they said, "Okay, well, this occurred. We're going to investigate." They sent investigators to our house and her home. And then after the investigation, they contacted us and said, "Would you like to take him and be sole custody?" And, she gets visitations, and we agreed to it. Otherwise, he would have been taken into the system.
So she still got visitations after.
She did,
And and
unfortunately.
at this point, was he a foster or was he adopted when she was getting visitations?
But no, okay. He was allowed to be with her mother at her mother's home visitations. He wasn't allowed to be with her.
Okay, okay.
I'm my uncle's texting me like crazy right now. He's like, "You got it all wrong, man." Or he texts chatting away in there. Okay, no, the mother got custody of him, um, partial, but we got sole, and so he would be with us. And then when he went to visitations with her, the it had to be at the mother's home. Then the burn occurred, and then which is the grandmother is what I mean. He was at the grandmother's home. So then the burn occurred, and the his actual mother confessed and said, "Oh yeah, it happened. I put him there." And then that's when we got complete custody, and she had to see him at a facility they called I can't even remember what it was called. It's there in downtown Bakersfield. It was like Happy Moments or something. We had to take him there, and she had to see him with cameras watching her and everything.
Now how often did she get to see him, and how long did that like how
The supervised visits were up to an hour and a half long, and every time she saw him, she would call the police and say he's got a scratch or he's got a um something, his hair,
right.
he's got dandruff, and then the police would come to our house as soon as we got back to Wasco, to home.
Oh wow. Now how long did they let her see him for? Like a months or years or how long?
This this went on for about 6 months, and she could see him every Saturday, for an hour and a half or so, and then she ended up screwing up and getting with a felon, and they got on drugs together, and then she failed a drug test, and we got him. Ultimately, he's ours now.
Okay, so they did give her the opportunity to try and get him back.
Oh, several times, yes, and she was just about there, and then she would just get back with this guy, and we went to court. Oh my gosh, like every 3 weeks we were in court, and we'd have to represent and see my brother. He he had his issues. He was no saint either, so he's lucky that Mr. Pedro over here, um, Mr. Mess, that he has such a wonderful home and foundation for him that he was able to keep him. But they're both a
Right.
mess. My brother and her, they're both animals. They don't they don't need no damn kids. Fix them.
Oh man. Do okay, so he's now legally adopted, correct?
Yeah, he
What?
belongs to my Theo slash my dad, Pedro, my uncle Pete.
Mhm.
He is the sole custody, and they haven't contacted us ever since. She, the mom would call welfare checks for a while, but it's slowed down. It's hasn't happened in months, knock on wood, because especially because of COVID. But um had Ryan ever wanted a welfare check on her kids, if she knew where they were, she could have called that in. But if she didn't, it's very difficult to do such.
Right. And it was stated that she didn't know. She didn't know that they were
Right.
in, well, she didn't know they were in Cal City.
That's why I don't understand why they didn't allow her some court dates and some.
Right. And that's why I'm asking about the process because it doesn't sound like they gave her a chance, a fighting chance. It was ruled an accident and they still took the baby away, along with her newborn baby. And
Yeah,
so
that's.
that's why I also asked you about your court because I think that's something she definitely was. I think she is looking into it. I'm not sure, but definitely she does. She should do that. She should proceed with that because they were taken unfairly
Well,
because
let
it
me
was
tell you
ruled.
about California family law. They will always side with mother. The mother will always come out the golden child. My brother had to do a lot of jump through hoops, and so did my Theo. He had to jump through many hoops, and he's a little chunky man, so he had to really hustle it up. But in all BS aside, I mean, they will always side with the mother. So she had plenty of opportunities, my brother's ex, to get my nephew back, and she failed. So that's why I don't understand why Ryan wasn't even given one chance. Like.
Right, but she's just saying that she had opportunities too. She might have had the one
Mm.
chance, but she was also, like you said, they do a lot for the mother.
Oh
So
yes.
she was given opportunities. So she's not giving us the full story. Something had to happen, and there happened to be a court, where the rights were severed. So there was something going on there too.
Yeah, but
She may not
well,
have
we don't
complied or
necessarily
whatever.
right, but
I
we
hate to
don't
Yeah.
say it, but
necessarily know
you're
that, and because
probably right.
we haven't seen in the any facts or anything stating otherwise. And
Right. So we don't know.
every case, right? So and every case is different. So we don't know that she
We
was
don't want to
given those
speculate that.
opportunities,
We really don't,
right?
but I mean, if they didn't give her that opportunity, that's some BS, and I want her
Right,
to get
and that's
some
what it's
legal
looking like.
help.
Like they it wasn't a fair thing. They took the child, rolled in an accident, gave it. You should have gave him back. If you know what I mean. How are you going to
Oh
roll it in an
yeah,
accident?
after three
And
weeks, she should have
so
got her
and
boy back.
that's what she needs to fight. You know,
Heck yeah! If they didn't give her the
they did not
opportunity,
give her
I'm
a
back for
fair chance.
100%.
Right? They didn't give her a fair chance. So
That's not
she
right.
does need to take legal action. And I know a lot of people say they did give her a chance. They did give her. Nobody has that proof. And I live here in Kern County. I haven't dealt with the system myself, but I know people that have. And not everybody gets the fair chance. Not
All
everybody
she
gets
would
the
have
fair
had to
chance.
do
Every case is
was
different.
and the whole thing where they took the boys away from the other foster parent, that's a whole case in itself, because there should be some definite hard evidence for them to do that. There's nothing, no reason for you to ever do that. I've never heard of that, taking kids away from one foster parent to another. That's ridiculous.
Then there's here it is again too, Mr. and Miss Williams. They didn't give my cousin that chance. The judge didn't want to hear anything she had to say. Now I don't know. I don't want to say these words because I'm not 100% correct, but I believe it was that she had legally obtained a medical marijuana card. Then so she was told that she didn't have to do the drug courses,
Well, that's bull,
and the
because
judge didn't
my
want to hear
nephew's
it.
mother was on cocaine and she still got him back. So that's way worse.
That is way worse, and that's why she needs to fight.
She
Because
sure
then that's
does.
what it says. She must have had a really crooked worker, and Kern County's known for the corruption. So I don't doubt it, not one bit, that she. I don't know if they didn't like her, if they were crooked, if they were uh working closely together with the West family? Because I don't know if Wanda worked once upon a time for the CPS as well. I don't
Who
know if
is
any of
blackballing
that.
her?
I don't know if anything plays into it or anything like that. You know what I mean?
Ryan can go and get a free consultation from any family law lawyer advocate, which you can call Blanca Nieves, you can call Michael Seidman. I have a whole list
Well,
of
this is the
lawyers.
thing. This is the thing with her too. Is are those Kern County lawyers?
Mm-hmm. They're all
Because
in Kern County and
right,
Bakersfield, all of them.
as far as I think they want to get a lawyer outside of Kern County because a lot of these lawyers, they're for each other. You know
Well,
what
they're
I mean?
kind of paid under the Bakersfield Kern County law, but like I said, they always side with the mother. So we had to really convince our lawyer, like, hey, look, buddy, we know that you're like going for the mom right now, but look what's gone on. But if she wants to go outside of Kern, she's gonna have to get someone that oversees a district, like a district lawyer, because you
Right.
can't go up Fresno, Tulare County, or down to um, other counties and them come in and not know the laws and the rules of this county. It's very difficult.
Yeah. So can you say those names again? The of the lawyers that you know here in
If I
Bakersfield?
was her, I would call Blanca Nieves. In Spanish, it's Snow White. In
Oh
English,
well. Yeah, because
she's a
yeah, you
bulldog. I
know.
love her.
Oh, and this is my opinion. I don't think she got a fair chance whatsoever. Um, and then to have your second baby taken after that was ruled an accident, the first, you know what I mean?
Well,
With
like
the
the
funeral.
other lady had said, there's two ways to look at it. Either she didn't do her part or the county didn't do their part, and if that's the case, then she's got herself quite the lawsuit, because
Right,
they're up our butts. I'm telling you, we had to give away my Theo's German Shepherd, and he cried. He's gonna be mad I told you that, but he cried.
right. So I think you're right. I think she has quite a lawsuit for sure. Um, and unfortunately, uh, you can live in Kern County and I could live in Kern County, and our cases aren't going to be the same.
No, but they sure did make sure that my brother, myself, my husband, my uncle Pete, that we all had jobs, because if one of us wasn't working and one of us wanted to be a guardian over my nephew, then they wanted to make sure we had an income. I'm going to say that right now.
Right. So, how many of your family members did they go to? Did they try to?
Everyone in the household, which was
eh,
me, my uncle Pete, and my husband.
And you guys all lived in the same house?
We did at the time, yes.
Did they try to go outside the house and contact
My
other
aunt
family
passed
members?
away and my uncle Pete moved in. Whoever my nephew was going to be living with, they were concerned about. They wanted to know where we worked, how much we earned, what our hours were, who was going to be home with him, and did he have a mattress that he's a very tall boy. He's only
Right. Age appropriate mattress.
appropriate mattress, exactly what he said, and height appropriate mattress, because he's a tall boy. So a twin mattress right now, being that he's at the age he is, um, approaching teens, he needs a full size bed. No twin bed for him.
Oh wow, really?
And they made sure of it. So that's why I'm just concerned. Like, didn't they go in and survey their new home? We
Right.
couldn't even buy a new home because they wanted to know where it was. Was it within the jurisdiction? Was she be able to, visit? And it was a mess.
Right. And that's a good question you bring up because now I don't know where these other two, and I still don't know because there's some conflicting stories whether the other two are still fostered or are they adopted. If they're still fostered, like you said, is it within the jurisdiction? Now, jurisdiction, could that be county? So can they still be within the jurisdiction? Because California City is Kern County.
As long as they're in Kern County and as
Oh,
long as they're able to meet their visitation rights, so they'd still have to be able, if they're fostered, to be able to visit their parent at the, like I told you, that facility. I can't remember what it was called, but it was a facility in downtown Bakersfield.
right. Now I don't know. Man, this case is it's crazy to me because if these two kids are fostered, you would think. Now I don't know because I don't know how it works, but you would think once you move into a new house, that house has to be checked by a social worker. It has to be deemed fit. It has to. They got to make sure there ain't no fence or there's a fence around a pool if there was a pool or things like that. You know what I mean? So you'd think once they moved out to California City, they would get a check, which they probably did. Now, Dee Dee mentioned they do in San Diego once a month for foster. So if that's the case, say here in California statewide, then when's the last time a social worker went into that house to check on the foster boys, and did they take notes of how um, all the kids looked, how they were being, were they well dressed, were they well fed, were they interacting well with the adoptive parents? You know,
Well, if they had foster kids in their home, they are still subject to visits from social workers, and they are actually, those foster parents, the actual parents of the foster kids, although they may not know where their children are, they do have to stay within the county, and I believe there's an actual mile radius of the home that you have to stay within.
do you know? Do you know what that would be by any chance? I mean, it's the same county at
I
least.
can I can find out. When it okay, this was back in 2008 when this happened. No, maybe 2013. When we actually got our last visit with one of the social workers before adoption, and she said it was within 60 miles. So we thought, okay, well, at least we know he's within 60 miles. Oh no, 45 miles. 45. It was 45.
45. Okay,
My
wow.
Theo's texting me right now. It's 45.
Okay, so California City is definitely not within 45.
Ay, Pedro
Well,
Gonzalez, you're
well, I don't
famous.
know because they were adopted. So the other two fosters, you would think because they had them when they were in Bakersfield. So even those other two fosters, that wouldn't have been 45 miles from California City.
No. So then they would have been out of their jurisdiction, and they
It should have been
certainly not allowed to visit the grandmother without one of the parents.
right. It should have raised questions and flags, right? Or no?
Oh, for sure. We were the only ones that could have my nephew. The only ones, me, my husband, and my uncle. If we would have left him with anybody else, we would have been. I can't even imagine. They were
Okay,
on
so
us.
that is a thing then, because I was wondering that too. So when you're, are you talking about adopted or when he was fostered?
Fostered. You
So
cannot
you,
leave your foster child with anyone but
anybody,
the.
not even grandma, not even your
Nope.
mom.
Has to be a legal guardian, and you
Okay,
have to be
so
signed on the paper.
on the 19th when they went to Bakersfield, they weren't supposed to have left them.
If they were foster kids, absolutely not.
Okay, because I mean, I that's what I'm saying. Some people, a lot of people are saying there are two biological, two adopted, two foster. If that is true, when they went on vacation, with grandma on
And
the
he
night.
openly admitted that.
So there should have been some type of something. So what happens if say if you I don't know if you know, say if you do leave them with somebody, what happens? Is there like a
CPS
point
comes in and they
system?
take them.
So they take
But I
them.
think you can get permission too, though, to leave them. They could have asked for permission to take them to the grandparents. Also,
See, because
they
I
get
didn't.
permission.
They have to have a signed affidavit type of
Right,
deal, and you have to do it
right.
within 2 weeks of notice. It's a big old mess, but
Yeah,
you're
but
right.
doesn't isn't it her the grandmother that works for social
Well,
services
we don't know that. We don't know what grandma it was because they would never said a name. So we don't know if it was Grandma West or we don't know if it was Grandma
or
Vasquez.
the other one? We don't know which one.
I don't know if that's her last name,
Well,
but
the
it wasn't.
family's familiar with how it goes, and with that many kids, and because I think it's the girl, the mom, it's her, the boy's
Oh
mom,
man, he feels
adoptive
bad, Joe.
mom. I can't remember her
I'll
name right
tell
off
him.
the top of my head. Her mom's the one that has all the adopted kids or foster kids too, right?
Jacqueline's mom, I that's
Yeah.
what has been said. Yes.
So, anyways,
And
that whole family around there, they all know about the system. So I would think that they would know that they need to have permission and what type
Right.
of paperwork they need. So if they did it right, then the grandparents could have the babies. Like she said, though, they have to have the special permission and the paperwork, and
Yeah.
the social workers would have had to have gone to their home at some point as well.
oh yeah,
Right.
they have to go to the home of the visiting. But let me
Oh
tell
wow.
you,
Okay. To get checked.
he seemed super comfortable in that interview telling people the information he did. He didn't seem worried about it. Like the information they were dropping, they seemed way too comfortable for me. So they know someone that knows the system.
The information who was dropping.
In the interview, when Trezell was saying, well, they were with the grandparents because
Oh
of this
yeah.
and this, or we didn't
Hmm.
let them go off the cement, we kept them out of the dirt, kept them close. That's something that social workers tell you, do not allow them to, we don't want them to get into certain areas and potholes and this and this. He knew the system.
So he was careful with his words in regards to that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Absolutely. My Uncle Pete is texting. He's
So,
saying, tell him that
Mr. and
part.
Mr. and Miss Williams wants to know. So do we know if the CPS was coming to visit the other kids at the adoptive parents that the adoptive parents had?
Probably the new
I
South City.
Yeah, I don't know personally. I haven't heard anything, and then that's what I'm trying to confirm. Like because they're still fostered, they should have been getting visits, but how often are they getting visits, and did their visits actually happen?
Should be
Uh,
every 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks.
right, see, and I don't know that. And I don't know if that information was released.
And that's why he was saying, he's telling me to hold on. That's why I was saying that they, okay, that's why I would, okay, I'm reading his message. That's why I was saying that they do follow ups and they do routine checkups on their whereabouts. And let me read this again. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay.
This man speak English.
They said I vote for Pedro. Somebody said that in the chat a little while ago.
So cute.
They're voting for you, Pedro.
Pedro, Uncle Pete, you're gonna have to shave your beard.
Hmm.
Okay, he's
So somebody said those people. Mandy. Mandy said those people have to have background checks prior here if you leave them with anyone or get babysat. Do you know anything about that? I know that you said that they have permission. Do they also have to have a background check done?
as far as background check, don't know how extensive that it goes. They do have to give their ID and social, and they do come in and check your home if you are babysitting a foster child.
Right. See, I didn't know that. I thought, just like I babysit my nieces and my kids get babysat by my sister. I would think if they were your kids or your foster kids, like you could just let anybody babysit them, especially if they're family. Did not know even family have to get permission.
Well,
No,
because
the
that's because they're technically wards of the state, so they're not really yours to do whatever you want. So that's why you've got to, have all this paperwork and everything.
Yes, yeah, and I had no idea about that.
okay, he's saying what was the question prior to this where he was getting worked up?
What is that?
That he was getting, he said, what was the question prior to this that I was getting worked up for? I said, that's why I tell you they get routine checkups.
Just somebody ask a question, or is that what he was saying?
I'm thinking so. I don't know. He needs to take lunch break.
No, yeah, we were talking about that earlier. We were talking about a lot of stuff actually. Now routine checkups being one. As far as fostering a kid, do you know, is it mandatory to get immunizations? Is it mandatory that they have to get dental visits? Do you know?
They never really did ask us for any of that. They never
They
asked us,
asked us.
did they?
Yeah, from when my grandson, well, like I said, when he was foster, not when he was adopted, but when you're doing it, you have to have it all because it becomes a part of the adoption record. So when you give it to them, it needs to be complete. Everything needs to be on there. It needs
Oh,
to be up to date.
Oh,
what
for
does it
sure.
matter how young they are?
Excuse me?
Does it matter how young they are for the like especially dental? Because I know some people don't take their kids to dental until they get them older, but I know you could take them young because I personally I took my daughter when she was really young. As far as immunizations go, those start at like 6 weeks from the hospital. Then your 6 week checkup, or 1 month and then 6 week checkup, I believe.
Well, we got my grandson when he was 3, and he went to the dentist when he was 3, and he did great. One of my nephews that I got that I fostered, I took him to the dentist when I got him. He was 12. He threw a fit before he even got near the chair, and the baby he didn't. So, but yeah, it's got you would do it right. You would hope, and
So is
once
it
you get them, start
mandatory?
taking them.
I know you would hope so, but is it mandatory? Is it part of your list that you get? Do you get like a list for foster children, like what you have to have? Do you have to have immunizations, and at what age? And do you have to see a dentist, and at what age? Do you know?
They never told me you had to. I don't remember. I don't remember if they told my son he had to, but when I had foster children, I don't remember because I'm old, so it's been a long time. I don't remember if they said that we had to. I just know that like when the kids were, you know, gone, we had to give them all that stuff because it followed them or that was a part of their record. So
Right.
they didn't say, "Oh, you have to do this and have to do that." It was just something I just automatically did as a parent because that's what you do. So I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, because we're wondering. I mean, not that we'd be told, right? Because they're no matter what, they're minors, so I don't think we'd be told about their medical history, anyways. Dental, medical, anything like that. Um, but we were just I think a lot of people have that same question. When was their last well checkup, the last physical immunizations, a dental checkup, you know what I mean? Because that's a question on a lot of people's minds. A lot of people want to know that, and that could also confirm when the last time a physician possibly seen children.
Right. See, and that might be another reason why Bakersfield PD wants to know when anybody has seen them in the last
Yeah,
365 days because maybe they don't know. Maybe maybe there hasn't been a checkup. Maybe there hasn't been a sighting in a long time. And that's scary and sad at the same time.
right. Yeah, it is. Yeah, because I really want to know what they mean by the circumstances surrounding the case, and then what they mean by due to facts now known to investigators, and the circumstances surrounding the disappearance. I'm assuming circumstances are surrounding the disappearance because of the suspect foul play. Um, they could mean something else, but due to facts now known to investigators, I'm stuck on that. As far as when they did the press release, the Bakersfield Police Department did, that I'm stuck on that because, I mean, it could mean a million different things. It could mean anything. As far as new facts, like you said, it could have been a phone call. You know what I mean? It could be anything.
Well, it just seems that they were unhappy with the investigation from Cal City,
Right.
and like un- I mean, nobody wants to bring him up, but the guy that was going around asking the neighbors if they'd been questioned, they hadn't, and that's the truth. And when there's a missing persons investigation, you do see neighbors. Even when the Cleveland, Ohio girls came up missing, remember they questioned that neighbor, and he was like, "I would have never suspected my neighbor would have done that." They
Right.
questioned
Hmm.
everybody, and a lot of the neighbors were saying, "No, we weren't questioned." Even people down the street. So obviously, that kind of brings um a red flag, like police weren't didn't have a reason to question those people.
Right. Yeah. I've seen in cases to which because I think I'm like, okay, maybe they're not releasing the 911 call because I personally reached out to try to get in. My email back from them was, we can't release that to you because it's involving minors. So then I re-emailed them excluding the minors, and they still couldn't because it was an open investigation, is what they said. But I've followed and seen cases where they release 911 calls during an open investigation,
Oh, for sure.
including minors. So it's like, and not only 911 calls, there was body cam footage released during open investigations and including minors. So I don't know if it depends on state or what, but why are they not releasing that? It has been released in other cases before. I know, and my whole thing has been from the beginning that they're not releasing a lot because everything is circumstantial and they're trying to build a solid case. And that's what I continue to believe. Maybe that is why we're not getting everything. But I do think, like in every case, they're trying to build a solid case, and there have been other cases where they do release a 911 call. I don't think releasing a 911 call is going to affect the case in any way. Um, Releasing body footage, I mean, it's the inside of their house unless they found something. I
If you
don't.
also see them interrogate the hell out of the people that lost the child or lost the spouse or lost the somebody, look at Scott Peterson. Look how many times they went and talked to him and filmed him. We got one interview with these parents, and that was it.
Yeah.
I got more of an interrogation from my husband when I lost the remote.
Well, the one thing about these parents, though, they haven't lawyered up yet, though, from what
Uh,
the captain or what the chief had said originally the last time he
well,
spoke to somebody. They
he
said they hadn't lawyered up. They were still cooperating. Have they lawyered up now?
he said he didn't know. And that's what he said. He was he either what was did he say he didn't know or he was unable to answer because I believe they have lawyered up. He said they were cooperating. That they only talked to them during the initial interview, but then I think he did say something about other people had been in contact with them, maybe other agencies or something. But I think I have a feeling they lawyered up. I don't know, but yeah, I don't think he stated that they do not have a lawyer. I think he said he wasn't able to comment on it, but he does know that they have been in contact with other agencies. They only did one interview with him, though. Correct me if I'm wrong, because that's just what I remember.
I haven't
Well,
heard
I don't know.
anything
I've
about a
only seen
lawyer.
him a couple of times, and I had just thought he had said that they were still cooperating. I don't remember him saying they're not cooperating or
Yeah,
they
yeah,
have a lawyer now or anything like that.
yeah. He didn't say. Yeah, he said both adoptive and biological are both cooperating. Um, but I think that's all he said. But because they haven't, and I don't know, it could be just how they are because they never were out in the public eye helping or answering questions or anything like that. But that makes me feel like they got a lawyer just because they're not responding to the media, they're not out searching, they're not doing anything. So that could just be me and why I feel that way.
Well, let
Right.
me tell you, me and my tío, Mr. Pedro Gonzalez, over here, Mr. Everyone has a butthole.
Yeah, Uncle Pedro.
He's funny. Um, we both, okay, no disrespect to the bio family, but we both thought when this first happened, oh my God, the mother probably got sick and tired of them being with these parents and said, let's go take our kids back because the state failed us. And just like we wanted to do. Let me tell you, we really wanted to go and take my nephew away. And uh, watching over and over and over this whole thing, I just watch the adopted parents, the way that they talk and the way that the bio mom talk, she's frantic,
Hmm.
she's terrified, and they're
Right.
just like, oh, who from our yard, you know, it's.
I wish the bio family did take those
I
kids.
wish they
You
would
know
have
what I
too.
mean?
I wish they would
Because
have too.
yeah, I do. I think they did. Absolutely not. I don't think they had anything to do with it.
I think they wish they
Um,
would have, but I don't
I
think they
yeah,
did.
I wish they would have because yeah, just for their interview, and it's so sad because it's like how long have you've had these boys, in your home bathing, dressing, feeding? How can you be so emotionless? How
And
can
you
you
don't
not
think that.
cry or plead for help or actually be out searching, not drive for 6 minutes and Jacqueline stay inside? Like as a mother, I'd be running down the street. I'd have a flashlight out there. I'd be banging on doors. Like the whole thing was emotionless. It didn't make any sense. And she made sure to include herself when she said we were out searching. We searched the
Oh, we
area.
were looking.
She didn't go outside. She didn't look. And as a mother, how can you wake up every day, wake your kids up, feed them, bathe them, and not have any emotions when they're missing? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Oh, absolutely.
I'm with you. I would have been outside screaming and yelling and, you
hmm
know, asking all the neighbors, "Have you seen my babies? My babies." I would have been out there like a wild woman.
right.
I
And
would
that's
have
what
been
I'm
the same.
saying. I'm the type of person, I probably would have been going crazy during the interview if I could even hold myself together. And there was quite a crowd around the interview. I would have been like, which one of you guys know something? Or do you even know something? Where's my kids? You know what I mean? Like, I would look at everybody as a
You're not
suspect.
gonna
You know
tell
what I
me
mean?
or Uncle Pedro the best are out there. My uncle was like, "Bitch, I'm the
Right.
best. I'm the best.
Yeah.
I'm gonna find my babies." my, he was
Right.
like, I wouldn't even allow my dog to go missing. I'd be like, "I'm the best. I'll find my dog."
Right. And that's what's so crazy because it's not just one, it's two babies that are missing.
Does
And
anybody know if she had WIC, which is women,
I,
infants and
that
children?
question, it was asked, but in the chat, but I don't know for sure.
Because WIC, they nowadays with COVID, they're a little more lenient. It's over the phone. But we said the same thing. We were like, well, Wick, you got to take your kid down there. You got to weigh them. You got to measure their height. They want to know if they're eating
Right.
chicken nuggets and
Yeah, they do.
drinking
Right, because
punch.
I had WIC for my kids,
Me
and
too, girl.
when I went in, they weighed them, and when I went in, they were so annoying because they asked so many questions. I was like, "Oh my god," you know?
Do you give them Gatorade? Well, God,
Right?
no. Of course I don't.
Yeah. Do you feed them this? Yeah. Well, they're too small for them to eat that, or they shouldn't have juice at this age, and they're really on top of it. They
Oh,
ask
they
you all these
are.
questions, they weigh them, they make sure, and then they'll let you know they're above standard, they're under standard, or they're at their level. What they're
And
supposed.
morbidly obese.
Do they?
So
You have to do that like every month, or what is
Uh,
that?
Uh,
How do you?
I
3
forget, but yeah,
months.
something like that. 3 months, okay. And you got to update your address. You got to update your income to see if you
Mm-hmm.
qualify. Um, and if you're with somebody, like if she's married, so she'd have to. I don't even think it matters if you're married. I think that just the father in general, you got to provide their information
You
too.
got to show your income.
hmm
And beats income over there, Mr.
Yeah,
Trizell. That's not
Mandy,
us.
they check their iron here too. Usually they'll
They
have you go to
do.
the doctor and check their iron and get the results. If not, they check it there at the office. Some of them do.
No, they do, and they send you to your physician, and they want your
Mhm.
physician to check the child's blood
And
based on.
if you don't, they'll give you a month worth of WIC because usually they give you, I don't know how it is now, but they give you 3 months at a time. They used to give you 3 months at a time. And if you don't get the iron check, they'll give you 1 month. And then I don't know if they cut you off, but they will tell you we're going to cut you off until you give us those results.
Check
They'll
your
never
blood like
cut you
what?
off.
They
They'll just
pick
keep
their
giving you
blood or
out
they draw
paperwork.
blood?
They check their iron.
They draw blood.
Draw blood? Oh hell no.
They do. My poor baby, she was only 2 years old, and they drew her blood just to check her iron, and I felt like it was unnecessary. But my nephew too, he had to go through the for preschool. He had to go through all that, and we had to submit that to the county.
Yeah.
They draw your blood for everything.
Oh yeah, then another thing, if she is on any type of public assistance, like food stamps and stuff, though the workers also ask you for immunization records, and if you don't update your immunization records, they cut you off.
Oh, they
So
want everything.
yeah, if she had food stamps or cash aid, which I mean, you
She
would
had
hope.
to have.
I mean, if I had 6 kids, I would want food stamps. If I qualified for them, which I think they did. They didn't have any income besides what
Right.
they for the boys. I'm not sure if that would overqualify them. Being 8 people in the household, I don't know. I think they would be suitable for food stamps. I'm not sure what their income was.
Unemployed, they'd be getting bank on food stamps.
But does the money for the children count? Oh, but they weren't getting paid
No,
for all of them. They were only getting paid for four, so it'd be a six family instead of eight, right?
they don't take into account when you get money for an adopted child. That money is for room and board, they call it, which
Okay.
is
So then you know
clothing,
damn well she got food
shelter.
stamps. And you know damn well she did because I would. I got
Oh, she
six
be
kids.
doing bank on the food stamps. She
I
be
got
getting
and
all the
not only
name
that,
brands.
with cash too. I don't know what the maximum amount for cash aid is, but I think it's like $1,000. I don't know what it is. Like maybe something like $1,000, right?
Cash
Um,
aid's a little tricky because they do notify the father when you do cash aid.
Wait, can you
But
get
after
cash
with
aid
adopted,
on?
no.
the
Can you
father,
can't get cash aid on the kids, can you?
if
Not
they're
after they're
adopted,
Not
right?
adopted.
adopted ones you can't, right?
You cannot.
I don't think so.
I don't
It
know.
de-
I don't see why not because they're adopted. If they have all the other rights to them
Yeah,
children, they
but you're getting money for them. Why? How would you get cash aid for them?
I
Yeah, I
don't
don't
know.
understand that. That's a
Mm.
slippery slope because they're unemployed, so they may have been getting who knows. They
They may
and
be
then
getting money for their two kids and themselves, but I don't think they would be getting money, for the other four. Maybe cash aid for them.
if they listed one of the children as having a special disability, they would have been getting even more.
Right, that's true
And
too.
I don't know, but I did read a couple of places, comments and things on other people saying that somebody, I don't know if it was Orrin Orson or if it was the foster or biological. I believe it was one of either the Fosters or Orrin Orson that something about special needs. I'm not 100% sure
No, I
on.
heard the same thing and about hearing impaired and that there was some learning disability. You can totally get a grant from the state and you get way more. That's why it didn't make sense for me to for them to give up the children.
Right. Now, that's what I was thinking. At some point, I was like, well, why would they take their income away?
Exactly.
Knowing that
Unfortunately,
they're
that's
not
the way they saw it.
right, knowing that they're not working. And then that's why a lot of people were like, were they trafficked? Were they sold? Did they make more money or what was it? And that's why I was like, I gotta think about that because why these people don't work. You know damn well he ain't selling no beats on YouTube.
Oh, I
So
know.
so why would they take their income away? But then they're
Uncle Pedro thought that they meant he was selling beets. Like, oh, he's got a garden.
oh, beats. I'm gonna make some V8.
Uncle Pete must be old like me because I almost thought the same thing.
He's 58.
Took
Don't
me
tell
a
him I
minute.
told you. I
Yeah,
love him, man.
I was just wondering, like, why? What did they benefit from this? Something because they are losing out on income and they're relying on that income because they're not working.
We just both think this from Uncle Pete as well. He's hoping that nobody lost their temper and something happened to those little guys, because there would be no reason for them to get rid of them.
Right, right, and that could be a possibility. The temper, that
One
So
very.
of the one of those YouTube, I don't know, I watch a couple other YouTube channels, and some of them are former law enforcement, and they said that it happens, but that it's rare that two children would go missing at the same time,
Right, yeah.
like
Dewey Ron made that
be
statement.
killed at the same time like that.
well,
Uh,
that
So
would be a mess. Can you imagine the way they're saying it, that somebody was hiding and the car went over here? And yeah, I mean, the theories are legit, but how would you know at that exact time? Like my Uncle Pete says, he never let those kids out the damn house. How would
right,
they know for sure? Okay, let's go hide by the pole at 4 o'clock today. He's gonna
right,
let them out.
right, exactly.
exactly,
That don't make no sense, and that's still being said till this day.
They figure he's walking around twirling a goddamn stick around. Why the hell are they gonna go wait by a pole?
Right.
And you're right, they do have to pay Mr. and Mrs. Williams. They do have to pay child support. Um, there's but if the children are fostered, the actual parents do have their wages garnished until the child is adopted, depending if they're working, which is very rare because a
So,
lot of people are not working when they get their kids taken away.
so she said, before the kids are adopted, they make the parents pay child support. So they made the biological family pay child support,
The
or what do you mean?
it depends. If okay, say you go and get a couple foster kids and you got to get some cash aid, not food stamps, but cash aid, and they're gonna go ahead and contact the fathers if they have not already signed over their rights.
Okay. Hmm.
There's a lot of loopholes in the system. There's a ton of them, and it's really sad because there's a lot of speculation that can be done, but it leaves a lot of questions. Okay, so did these dads not? I mean, they had to have contacted the dads, and if they didn't, I mean, they've got quite the case here. Because I'm
Right.
telling you, my brother was contacting my brother's got a, he's no saint.
Right. Okay. So I want to address this because well, first, Mandy, wonder why Jacqueline didn't go with Trezal Wanda's. That's a good question. I don't think anybody really 100% knows, but
Probably a
I
filthy
want to know.
mess.
I want to know. I definitely want to know. Why are they separating? Why are they going their separate ways? Do you think one or the other would be scared that the other person's going to open their mouth?
Why did they say Jacqueline
Or
is not
maybe the
allowed
West don't
there?
like Jacqueline. Oh, see, I never heard that, but maybe the West
I
they don't like Jacqueline, or maybe Jacqueline's parents they don't like Trezal.
I
You know
just
what I
I've
mean?
heard from somebody saying that Jacqueline had to go shower, couldn't shower somewhere, or she wasn't allowed over there. I've never heard any kind of actual
Oh,
facts behind it.
hmm, I don't know either.
I
But
haven't seen her, so I didn't even know she wasn't there. But he
Yeah, that's
seems
what
to
I'm
be
saying.
so
How do we
controlling. She
know?
could be there, and he don't let her out.
I know, right? She could be in the back shed.
In that rolled up bamboo.
Mr. and Miss Williams said, would if she was pregnant and couldn't handle the kids. I never thought about that. What if Jackson found out she was pregnant and they knew she could not handle all of them kids? I didn't think about that. The possibility of her no, finding out she was pregnant. Everything's an option at this point. She could have gotten pregnant. She could have realized, holy crap, I can't take care of all these kids. What are we gonna do?
I
That
think
could
she
be
would
a
have seen dollar
possibility.
signs. I don't think
But
she would have seen it
right,
as anything more.
And then she
that
could
has
have
to
gave the
be.
foster kids back.
That too.
She could have. Um, will they allow you to foster or adopt if you have to turn around and be on cash aid?
They would not allow my brother to adopt his, well, my not my brother, my uncle and my brother to take partial guardianship, They wouldn't allow my uncle to adopt unless he met a certain tier in his employment. And he's a single man, he's a widow. So they went and they found out how much money he was earning and found out he was living with us because my aunt had passed away. So once they realized, okay, your total household income is this much, you can adopt him. He's not your legal child, but you can adopt him. They made sure, darn sure, that we all made quite enough money for this one child.
Okay, but and that is why I'm saying every case is different, because unless they use their fake ice cream business as income,
Yeah.
because how else do they have the income to be fit to take care of 6 children?
And who coached them through it? Who taught them the system?
Right. And this whole ice cream thing, this ice cream thing has me confused because
That's creepy.
we see the papers online. Josiah, if you do research on him, he has something posted about it on his, I think, Twitter, Facebook, something like that, about slanging the ice cream business or
Yeah,
getting
that was weird.
something. So was there an ice cream business, or what is ice cream code for something? Is, you know what I
Who the
mean?
hell goes on Twitter and says, I can't wait to start selling ice cream? So that's a panty
Right.
dropper. I'm sure many women are going to want you after that. Freaking weirdo. Who
So
the hell says
as much,
that?
and so every case, I don't know, because as much hell as they put you guys through, knowing you'd have to be fit and income stably,
Oh, I'll tell you right now, if
what
we
about
had a
these
damn
parents?
ice
It's
cream
like
truck
nothing.
parked in front of our house, they would have laughed at us and said goodbye.
See, wow, yeah, because where's their income coming from then?
They want a
Was
paper trail.
Yeah, well, was there a paper trail? There's, as far as we know, there's no income. Could it have been? And who knows? This is just, I don't know. Did they know the social worker? Did they have a connection? Did they
They
get in
obviously
just
knew
like
how
they
to.
got in with the house? There's no income with the house either. They obviously got in there that way too. I mean,
I
I don't.
know
That's someone knowing the
that's what's
system.
that's what I wonder how they bought that damn house.
Yeah, me too. That's what I'm saying. They don't qualify for anything that they
And then
have.
the
That's
lady lent them
ridiculous.
and the lady lent them $5,000 to boot. Come on now.
Yeah,
And that's not unheard of. And I know Uncle, he's over here. He's
Yeah,
actually on the phone with
but
my
they don't
husband.
have a
He's telling
job.
me that when him and my aunt, his ex-wife, well, she's passed now, but when they bought their house, she wasn't working. He's a truck driver, and he was a truck driver at the time, and they didn't have the paper trail to show that they had this money, but they had the money. So their lender went ahead and said, okay, well, you need to get somebody that can gift you that money because you don't have a paper trail for it and your
right.
wife's not working.
Mhm.
So we need somebody to gift you.
But
Anything
isn't
over
there something
$500 has to be a
with the?
gift.
I heard about that actually. I heard about the gifting thing. But with the gifting thing, isn't there something about it has to be in your account for so many days or something like? There's something with that, right?
No, as long as
There's not.
somebody gifted it to you today, they're like, hey, I'm going to go ahead and gift you this money while you're buying your house. Okay, thanks. They
Mm,
have to show proof of the gift. So they have to say,
right.
look, I have a good job.
Right.
I'm a
I've heard
realtor.
about that. I have heard about that. I don't know why that didn't come to
It
mind.
was probably his fat ass commenting about it. He's been harping on this forever. He's like, I've been telling them.
I don't see his comments popping up.
He goes on SP a lot and he's like, or no, he would go on that that bald headed lady today. He
I don't even
um
know who you're talking about, but
she's everyday shenanigans. He would go on her and she'd be talking about it and he's like, look, I'm not on their side, but I'm just telling you, when we bought our home, we had to have a family member say, hey, we're gifting you this money, and nobody would listen to him. But he's right. I remember that when they first bought their home, they had the money for the home, but they couldn't show the paper trail. So they had to say, hey, it was a gift from so and so. And then so and
right.
so had to show a paper trail that they have a job.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Because you know what? Somebody did say that Tracedale didn't like Banks.
Well, I'm sure he didn't. He didn't have no
And
jobs.
so, if he didn't like Banks or either anything, you said all it had to do is be in the account enough for them to see that, okay, you have money in here.
And that's how my
It,
uncle is. He's got all his money in there's damn mattress type of guy where
so
he
they don't have to. They,
is gonna kill me when he watches this.
they don't have paper trail. They don't have to have a paper trail like you worked for so long and.
You have to show um direct deposits to your bank. If you show a cash deposit, they want to know where the hell that cash came from.
Hmm.
You can't just make a deposit one day of $15,000 and they're like, well, where the fuck did that come from? Excuse me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They want to know why, so that you have to call it a gift. So his lender was probably desperately wanted, or his realtor wanted to sell that house because she'd been in some issues herself. So
Mm-hmm.
she's like, "Look, I'll gift it to you. No one's ever going to find out about this. You're not going to have two kids come up missing and people
Right.
trolling your
Right.
bank records, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wrong.
And so that's why she gave him the extra $5,000.
It was probably his. She
But
probably
then,
just
yeah.
said she gifted it. They needed a gifter.
Oh, I didn't think about that either.
You need a
But
legit
well, no, no,
gifter.
because actually, I don't think it was his. Because didn't she reach out and say, yeah, he paid so much back, or
Yeah, he was paying her back.
uh
Why
huh,
wouldn't they
and
say
she
that if they're
wasn't.
trying to show a paper trail?
Yeah, that's true too. Because didn't she do some crooked stuff too?
They're all
Mhm.
crooks. I don't trust any of them. They know the system better than any of us.
Yeah.
She probably said, okay, sure, yeah, Venmo me. That's a paper trail. Everyone can see it. It's public. Just send it through Venmo and I'll, pretend you can Venmo me and I'll give you the cash. There's all kinds of ways.
Right.
We need
And
to talk to
so,
some crooks.
I,
Someone put
so
something about the spirit boxes. Those things scare me.
oh
I
gosh,
cannot, I can't do them because
I
I have a
I watched.
scanner and then when I listen to it, my
Exactly, and that's what it. I mean, I don't know. It's just like a scanner. It goes so much per seconds or something. I've heard
I don't
some.
know. I just think they're creepy and they scare the crap out of me.
they
I
hear one
I
thing and I
like
hear
them,
another. They're like,
but
"Did you hear go to hell?" And I'm like, "I heard Taco Bell."
Well, especially at night. I'm not listening, Ken.
Oh, don't. You'll never go
yeah,
to sleep.
I'm. I like them. I do personally like them, but there are times what like you said, they hear one thing, I'll hear another thing,
Yeah.
but then when they mention it, I'm like, oh, maybe that's what I heard.
But
But
yeah,
you know what he did say?
Okay,
but
give
then
me
you
one
have that.
second.
It's not only the damn box; it's the YouTubers that are doing them. How they have it all set up. It's creepy enough as itself.
Right.
They have their
I
Okay.
think we
backgrounds
just
all
want
creepy and
answers.
shit, and they
Give
got the
me one
box.
second. Give me 1 second, really quickly. My daughter woke up. I have to take her to the restroom.
Oh.
So talk amongst yourselves for a second.
But I think we all just want answers.
Yeah,
We
it's
do.
really
I
sad
watch
though.
these with the cards and the spirits and all that, and I sit here with my rosary, like, oh God, forgive me, but I want answers. I want to know what the hell happened.
Right, right. Well, they say that some of these people, their stuff is legit, but most of them aren't,
You
like they're
never
saying,
know.
yeah, so I
They've
don't
been
know. I
saying for months that the boys are past, but then they say they've seen sightings, and now you don't really hear as many spirit box people because they're like, wait a minute, we're hearing this,
right.
and then they're saying that. We all just want to know what the hell is going on, but I really do think that the spirit boxes have some legitimacy to them, but maybe they're getting mixed signals.
Maybe,
Maybe the wires are
maybe.
crossed. Who knows?
I know. I just hope the boys, oh my gosh. I
I
don't want
just
it to be like the brother and sister, the Tylee and JJ.
Oh, I know. And then you hear the whole Chris Watts thing with the arms crossed, and he
Right.
didn't, and then I start crying. I'm like, the boys. And then there comes Uncle Pedro, and he's like, yee, behind there. The hell out. They're probably over there in Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah,
But
but
you
you know
know,
they,
we don't want to. We prepare ourselves for the worst, but we hope for the best. But
but you know they
nobody
say
knows.
that the human trafficking is really bad over there in Bakersfield. I don't know. You know, it's getting bad everywhere though. But
You
they
know,
say it's really bad over there.
I've been wanting to tell the whole everybody that's searching that one of our cousins, she's a foster mom, and no, she's not just in it for the money. She's retired, so that's kind of like her thing, where her extra income. Um, but hers, okay, everybody that's listening, I don't know if who's up in here, but I'm gonna go ahead and tell you guys, her social worker back in '95 recommended that she move to California City because nobody knew where the fuck it was, and that the little girl's mom would never find them because they had adopted a little boy, and you have, is it 30 or 60 days to go back and get your child after you when they're a newborn. When you say, okay, I'm having a newborn, I'm gonna give them up for adoption, you have how many days? Well, they adopted the newborn right after the mother had him, and then the mother decided she wanted him back, and when she got him back, the dad killed him. He shot him.
Oh,
So then, it kind of scarred her for life, and so she said, okay, well, I really want to foster another child. So they said, well, move to California City, they'll never find you. So that's what they did. They've lived there for 20 years, and my she's been very happy there. I don't even want to say names or anything, but she's been very happy. They haven't had any issues, but she said there are over 70% of foster parents in California City.
wow.
There's over 70%?
She said almost everybody on her block, and she said she looked into it, and she said it's really kind of creepy that DCSF would suggest go ahead and move to California City. They'll never find you, and if anything ever happens out there, it's going to take them so damn long to get their tail out of their butt that they'll never. You don't have to worry about it. So thank God that her daughter's already over the age of 18, but all these years she's never had to worry about it, or she's almost 18. I don't even want to say names. I don't want to throw her out there, but she's she's
Wow.
had to be hiding all these years, and that's why I was like, why the hell would you move there? California City sounds wonderful. It sounds like a great place, and you get there and you're like, why would you move here?
Right. Yeah.
And that's why they suggested, and they said by the time um anybody goes out there to find anything, they can make as many reports as they want, nothing will get done.
Right.
But she, thank God, she had a better turnout with this foster child, and she, it was better. But that was the main thing that Uncle Pedro wanted to call you guys about weeks ago. He's been wanting to get this off his little chest, and he's like, they don't know about that city. I was like,
Ah,
well, we do.
yeah, a lot of people don't know about California City.
They don't.
I don't know everything that goes on in California City. I know, and this is gonna sound horrible, but I know when I was younger, and because I was born in Apple Valley, which isn't far from California City. Um, and then I
Oh
grew up
yeah,
in Mirage and Mojave, the Mojave Desert. That's where we lived. And I remember we tell people like you better be nice because we know exactly where to put you, and you won't be found. And
that is no lie.
we
They
were
are
referring to
creeps.
California City, and it wasn't a lot. You know what I mean? Like obviously we were so young, you know, but and growing up, it's not a lie. It sounds horrible, but it's really not a lie. Um, there's people that are out there that nobody knows about and will never be found. You know, and California City is that's one of the things they're known for. You know what I mean? Their desert and the shadiness that goes on and stuff like that. Aside from that, I don't know much about it. I know that and it's not just California City. It's the Mojave Desert in general. You know what I
It's
mean?
the whole desert.
Right. As far as I mean, look, how many wasn't there like two bodies found during this case alone out in the desert, right?
Yeah,
Wow,
and
how
they're like, oh,
scary. Good thing I
oh,
don't like the desert.
Right, and it sounds so bad, but yeah, that's what we used to tell these little kids when we were kids, you know. And growing up, I'm like, holy crap, like, yeah, that was no joke. You know what I mean? It's a true thing. It's real. That desert, they're just gonna keep on finding people out there, you know.
did you guys see Monkey Mar? He says Bunky Mar or Monkey Mar? I
Monkey
still has
Mark.
fat finger syndrome. Monkey Mar, that she said Giselle had an Amazon account. Well, my little
Oh,
chunky Theo, he Uncle Pedro, he looked into it as well, and he said that Giselle had searched up episodes of Breaking Bad, which
oh,
is a crazy show
hmm,
about some people that lived out in the desert, and you know, it was some kind of drug cartel. Well, they
uh-huh.
used some kind of acid to dissolve bodies, and I guess Giselle had looked into these episodes on Amazon of Breaking Bad, and my uncle was like, "What if he got some ideas in his head and moved out to the desert and did what they did?" I was like, "God,
Right.
honest,
How
You
did you guys find that out?
I did hear that actually.
go to
I
Monkey Mar on
what I heard was
YouTube.
what I heard was just slightly different.
The
I heard the name
salt.
of it. That and they said it was actually on his wish list.
Well, they
Of,
looked into the wish list, but they didn't look into the episodes of Amazon video that he'd been watching. And of
hmm
course, little chunky monkey over here, he did. And he was like, yeah, he'd been watching Breaking Bad, which I didn't think shit of it. And he goes, well, I started watching it and I got hooked. And you
I
know
never
what?
did. I got hooked on it too. I never did finish it, but
It's a really
yeah,
good series.
yeah, it really is.
It's no pun intended, but a very addicting series. And
It is.
he had never seen it. And so when we talked about it, I was like, that is creeping me out because there's an episode where they talk about um it's just some really terrible stuff, a
Right.
way of disposing people. And he was like, that's very disturbing that that was on his Amazon video.
So is the salt? Is the salt, or do you know what it was?
He didn't see the salt on there, but I guess Monkey Mars investigator saw that he had salt either in his cart or on his wish list.
See, is it the actual stuff? Like, did they really announce that in the movie, and it's the legit crap to like dissolve bodies or keep the smell away or whatever it was for?
It will eat through flesh but not bone.
So it's a real thing.
It's a thing, yeah. It's yeah.
They mentioned
Wow,
it.
how scary. That's so sad.
Isn't that horrible? But they would still have to dispose of the other items that are in there. So one way to do that would be to burn it,
Right.
which
And
was very odd that he would start his whole interview with, "It was cold. I was gonna make fire,
right.
so I was
You know
burning
what
all
was
kinds of crazy
also
shit."
you know what was also bad and ugly that they don't really talk about? He looked like he really got irritated and frustrated when he started talking about how rambunctious they are, and he
Right?
goes,
Like to
Yeah.
the
"Arr!
point.
What the
Mm-hmm.
frick? Who does
Ugh,
that?
The
Who
way
they're
does
gonna be
that?"
so dang
rambunctious.
rambunctious.
Oh,
It's like
he
he
got
got mad, you know?
yeah,
Like
he
he
got
was
mad at
like,
himself for saying it.
not like, oh, these kids are going to be very timid, or they're very, they're this tall, or they like this, or no, they're damn rambunctious, they're irritating kids. That's what he said.
Right, but to go and say it, okay, is one thing, but then to go and go, oh, like you're about ready to, bust a blood vessel.
And then on another clip they show him saying they like to wrestle and play, and he made them seem like they were just heathens.
Right. Yeah, yeah, he seemed upset that he used that word, almost like he said it, and he's like, "Oh, like, why did I say that
Like
word?"
he got angry. I don't know if it was that he was angry at himself or angry at them, you know?
It was weird, yeah, like the way he said it, like rambunctious. Ugh, like you know how kids are.
Right.
I wouldn't describe my kids if they were missing. I'd be running around without a bra, fucking beating the hell out of people. Like, have you seen my baby?
Right.
would not be even telling people, oh yeah, they're rambunctious. Like, no, I wouldn't even be standing there talking to you. I'd be searching everywhere.
Right. And I don't understand why they're not out with the community searching. And even if you don't want to search, what about a thank you? Why are you staying quiet? Why are you not saying anything? And when you do say something, finally, you say, "What did she say to? What did Wanda say? You think you got it, but you don't got it, but you got it," or something like that, right?
She's like, you think you got it, but you don't got it, but you got it. Go ahead
So
and keep on
the
doing what you're
one
doing.
thing, yeah, the one thing they do say, that's what they say, and it's like, are you serious? You couldn't have been like, I don't know anything about my grandkids or where they're at, but I appreciate all your guys' help and efforts, or you know what I mean? Like,
Uncle
geez,
Pedro would be freaking raising hell, plowing through the city with a bulldozer if one of our kids came up missing. I can't even imagine if the German Shepherd that he had to give away, he drives by the house every damn day on the way home from work, just looks at her, looks
oh,
at him. He's like, you, like he's like, I can't imagine one of your kids or even you coming up missing. I'd be pulling people's plywood off their home. Like, where is my kid? Something. And he's like, I would have been the first one over there at that house. The next door neighbor, like, hey, you got cameras. Did you see anything?
right, yeah, mm-hmm,
He's like, I would have been scoping things out. Like, oh, this guy's got goddamn Fort Knox at his house. I would have been like, hey, buddy, I know you see something. Let me in.
right,
And that's how you
and,
know that. That's how you know when the people are guilty, pretty much. Like when the husbands' wives disappear, and they're not out there helping. They're the ones that did it.
Yep.
It's just like but yeah, like when you have a family that have lost children and they're innocent, they go out there and they yell and scream and do whatever.
When my
These guys
aunt
are
passed away, they came and questioned my uncle Pete, and they were asking him like what happened and did she pass in her sleep, and he was screaming like, "Find out what happened to her
right,
now!" He was
exactly,
furious. So he's like, I can't understand why they're so calm, not screaming at people. Like, get
right.
the f out of here and go find them. Like he goes, I wanted to know what happened to my wife.
right. Now, Mandy, she said he never described their clothes, shoes, and nada. I remember, where does anybody know where the description came from? They were what they were wearing because that was put out there. Did he put that out there, or did he maybe tell the cops or
They were
something?
wearing the same thing though. The
Right.
description, I think, with
Yeah.
the clothes was the same thing.
Right.
But who gave that description?
Right. Because it wasn't in an interview, but
Wasn't it the dad? Wasn't it
he spoke.
Trezell?
I
He's
never heard him say it.
because we know they spoke to the cops inside the house or whatever. But was it said in the interview? No, I mean I don't
It
remember.
wasn't in the interview. I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Huh. And then she says, when the reporter asked him why the boys didn't go, he said, "We watched them. That still bugs me," she said. Yeah, they asked him why didn't the boys go to grandma's. He said they're too small, right, or something.
Well, I get that because my mom, she would always tell us like, "Oh my God, give me the two older ones. The little one stays with you. She's still in diapers." I get that, but what bothered me was when he goes, "We felt since my wife was wrapping gifts that our youngest two should go outside." When what the fuck are you even saying that for? When supposedly they were the only two in the house.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like our youngest two, we want to put them out on the back deck when it's freezing cold. The other
Oh,
ones,
he, yeah. And not in the dirt though. Not make sure to not go in the
we
dirt,
don't want them in the dirt because the dirt
right?
is warmer than the concrete.
And then Jacqueline said something about patches. What was she saying about the patches? What?
She said they're not that kind to walk
Oh
around.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Did anybody catch it though when she goes, "Well, where do you live?"
Oh
To
yeah. The
was
who
it
was
one of the bio dads or the bio family when she goes, "Well, where do you live?" Who
Yep.
the hell even says that?
And she did this whole with her hand thing, because we didn't want to do this because the
She looked
bio.
possessed.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. She,
Like,
it's
I get it. The bio family's very transparent. They're very flamboyant with their reactions, but who the hell wouldn't be? My Uncle Pete was
right.
freaking throwing
So
himself coming home from work at lunch. Man, how did you say it?
yeah, that the bio family, and I'm not. I maybe the aunt. I don't want to get it wrong. The lady that was yelling,
Yeah, she
right?
said my nephews.
She, and that's how the adopted parents should have been acting,
That's how you behave when
right?
someone's missing. I'm telling you,
That's what you
when someone
expect,
loses the remote around here, like, where is it?
right?
You know, like,
Robert's girl, we don't know if they lawyered up 100% sure. I feel like they did. That's just my opinion. We don't know though. Um, no, thank you. Yeah, but I feel like that should have been the adopted parents reacting that way. You know, yelling like that should have been them. Where are my kids? Why are you interviewing me? Go look. Go do your job. That's what I would have said. You know what I mean? Like, why are you
yes,
in my house? Go do your job and look for them. As rude as
same.
that sounds, I would have said that. You know.
But also in the interview, he said, "I told my wife to call the police. I called the police." Which was it? He told her to call the police, but he ended up calling the
Yeah.
police.
Yeah, he did say that.
And I do give them the benefit of the doubt. Like, we watched that video that AV Watchman posted many times. We sit here and we watch it. And if they were there on the porch drawing with chalk, you wouldn't see them from the neighbor's camera. You wouldn't. You can't see
Hmm.
that little area of the house. But what I'm saying is they keep saying, "Oh, this car pulled into the lot and all this." How the hell did Trezell not see that?
What car pulled into the lot?
There's a video out where they're saying that the neighbor's car backs up and it pulls into the lot, which it kind of
Oh,
looks like that's a possibility.
hold on. Yeah, is it the red? Is it a red car? I don't know what color. Is it the one that backs up and then goes forward and kind of stops a little bit?
Yeah, and it makes a turn, and it does look like maybe they possibly turn off their lights and pull into that lot, which whatever, it's a possibility. But how the hell did he not see them? And how the hell did they know? Oh my God! Of all nights, December 21st, he's gonna let them kids out of the house, and we're gonna be there, and we're gonna pull into that lot, and someone's gonna hide by the pole. Like, it's way weird.
Right.
And how did he not notice that? How did the dog not bark? If the lights flickered on and off, how did he not see it? He was just taking wood in the house to burn all them dirty little twigs in his fireplace instead of turning the heater on.
Right. And I know on the side of the house they have that censored light, but would it pick up children that small? And then with the
Censored lights pick up anything when there are lights like that outside, because that's what they're out there for.
But if they're
They
under the
pick up
fence
animals
line,
and
they might
everything.
not.
yeah, if they are out of the way, yeah. Um,
Yeah, that's true if they didn't go. But usually, though, normally censored lights will even go on when an animal's walking by
but
or whatever.
my whole thing too is because in the camera, you can see in between the pieces of wood, you can see the dog walking.
Yeah, and he says we kept him close. We didn't let him in the dirt. We didn't want
Right,
him.
so if they went in the back gate, you would have seen in between the slabs of wood where the light shines through. We seen the dog walking. You definitely would have seen
Mm-hmm.
kids walking out the gate.
You're right. You're super
But
right.
have you seen where YouTubers are showing that same video, and they swear
Yep.
that these other two little shadows of the kids
Eh,
going out the gate?
right. I did see that, and I don't believe that myself. I mean,
I
if
don't.
somebody else does,
I
I
don't
can't.
either.
Mm-mm. Because if you look to the left of the screen, or to the center of the screen, or to the right of the screen, you're gonna see other little shadows too.
Right.
Yeah, my uncle
Mm.
he gets upset because he says that AV Watchman during the time he kept moving the his phone away and looking at that cat, and my uncle hates cats. He's like, I love cats. I don't know why he's like that, but he's like, he keeps looking at this cat. Why is he looking at the cat? Look at the camera. But
Ugh, I
I
can't
mean,
watch
it's,
that guy. He's too negative for me.
I know. Well, it's true though. He does move away from it a little bit. There's moments he could have missed, but at the same time, it's like Trezel's there the whole time. He's in and out, in and out. How the hell did he miss this? How? You're right there.
He was in and out too quick to have been to
Exactly.
to miss it.
For them to
But
just,
40 seconds, right? Isn't that how long he was inside?
that's too much time for a car to pull in, grab your kids, and take off and just into the night. He, it's too much time. He would have seen it.
Right.
And the dogs would have barked.
Those little chihuahuas were barking when AV News Crew was there. What, yesterday or the day before? Just him standing in the area.
Those
They were,
little shits bark at anything.
yeah, they
Mhm.
do.
Yeah.
And it's just too many questions and all the sightings and everything. There's so much like going on in people's minds. We just don't know where to look, where to turn. It's terrible.
Right. And Mandy says he probably figures we will never find them, so what's the use? But little does he know we are all watching. And that's what I've been saying. I don't think he thought this was going to be as big as it turned out to be. I don't think he thought the community was going to come together and be searching and demanding answers and things like this.
I think you're right.
Uncle Pete says, La Mandy, you're right, because he seemed too comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
That's straight from Uncle Pedro's text. La Mandy, you're right. He did seem too comfortable. He did though. He seems like so like they don't care. They're like one interview. That's all we needed to give, and that's it. Boom, boom. If they find our babies, then that's no. But
Yeah, that was weird how he said that too. It's like he wasn't expecting. What was the question that was asked? I forget the question that was asked.
if
But
the mom felt there was foul play,
oh yeah,
and
so
he,
I don't think
yeah.
he. I think everything was kind of rehearsed and played in his head because I don't think he thought that question was going to come out because it kind of threw him off, and that's why he didn't know what to say. He's like,
Hmm.
I think no, you know what I mean?
Well, guess what? Then
It
that's
caught him off.
no.
Yeah, it caught him way off guard. He didn't know what to say.
Uncle Pete says if I've cheated on, I've been a cheater before, and when I'm lying, I say, well, hey, guess what?
Oh my gosh.
Uncle Pete, you're not making a good name for yourself. Little meatball. Oh, but
Yeah,
it's
so
true. Men do kind of tend. Well, anybody that's lying tends to start shooting out word vomit.
right. Yeah, I think he was caught off guard with that. And I think they're caught off guard with the whole world covering this. Yeah. Yeah, Robert's girl. Yeah, he figured no
POV.
one would care. Boy, was he wrong. The whole world is concerned. Yeah, the whole world is concerned, and they weren't expecting this. And the heat's
Hey,
on. That's
yeah.
probably why they're not talking because there's so many people watching at all times. I'm
This is
looking
a movement.
at
I didn't even know my uncle knew how to use YouTube, and he would tell me every day, "Yeah, there's things going on, and the YouTube is telling me," and I'm like, "Okay, But this is a whole movement. There's people invested now. We're invested now. Even my grandma, she's just like, "Hey, what's going on with them boys?" We're all
Well, like
worried.
Mr. and Mrs. Williams right there said, "Guy, we must be." She goes, "Look how late it is."
I
yeah,
know. Look how early it is.
Oh,
I
early, yeah.
We're terrible. My deal's supposed to be working. What are you doing?
okay. Audio Crack 22. Hello, everyone. On the first night they were reported, a lot of California City neighbors posted Trezell didn't call 911 until 7 p.m. Was that ever clarified? Yeah, I think that was clarified by Chief John Walker, and I correct me if I'm wrong. 5:45 was when the call was made.
Right,
Um,
around 5:45, yeah.
do you
And
guys have the Broadcastify website? It's called Broadcastify.
I don't think so. No.
Okay, you have to pay $15 for every 3 months. You can listen to any call that comes into police, fire, sheriff, anywhere, any county you want. It's called Broadcastify. Go ahead and search it up on your browser. You do pay $15 a month to hear these exclusive in the archives. You can go back years and listen. We
Wait, so
listened.
you can go back to the California City
So
calls.
you listened to his? What did he
Yes,
say?
ma'am. Nothing. We never heard a call. We never heard a BOL. We never heard an Amber Alert. We never heard be on the lookout for two small, like you called black kids to the neighbors. Have you ever
Broadcast.
seen the little black kids around here? We
There's a
never
certain
heard
criteria
nothing.
for an Amber Alert. I don't think they met the criteria for an Amber
No,
Alert.
because there was no vehicle.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But there was no missing juvenile. There was no switch to TAC. I'm telling you, we're scanner enthusiasts over here, up in here in
Right. So I
Pecos.
listened to the main scanner, like the free version,
Mm-hmm.
and here in Bakersfield they have a couple police, the chaser. They call them scanner chasers or
Oh,
light
freelancers, we all up in
users,
them.
and they were involved at one point in the case. You know,
Bakersfield Street Media,
right,
and
right. That's what I'm talking about. Uh huh.
they
And
never heard that
2008.
call.
Hmm. Yeah, because
Go to
well, Baker
Broadcastify.
Bakersfield Street Media doesn't really. I don't think they hear the Cal City calls. They hear the Bakersfield calls. I think they have to be on certain channels for that.
Well, okay, so what it is, when you go to there's a scanner app. It's an orange app, and
Uh huh.
you can listen to Kern County Fire slash California
Yeah,
City.
that's the one I had. Okay. Oh, okay. It's slash
Correct.
California City. Okay.
Okay, then you can listen to Kern County Sheriff's slash Taft slash Sheriff East, which is where they
I
would be.
right. I know you can listen to Los Angeles because I remember we used to listen to
Any of
that.
them.
Oh,
Detroit.
it's playing in Bakersfield. Let's listen to LA. You're gonna get a call, and sure enough, LA. You know, crazy as it
Oh
is,
yeah.
left and
You go
right.
wherever you want. You can listen to Detroit, Chicago. Um,
So there was no call at all for the kids. So
so
what
we
did he
listened.
call?
Oh, he
Okay, so
audio crack 22 just said I listened to the entire day of calls, not
mhm,
one call in
thank you.
regard to police need to report to Aspen at all. Audio crack 22. How are you listening to the calls? Are you listening to it through the same thing?
He's audio crack said I checked Broadcastify. I didn't hear anything, and see
Okay,
they probably searched all the channels
okay, I
that
see.
day just like we did, like psychopaths. We sat here and listened. I'm telling you, go to let me can I type in the chat right now? I
But
don't
if
even know if
they
I
didn't
can.
call
Oh, but you know what?
911,
No, they didn't
they had
call
to have called
911.
something because the police showed up.
They didn't call
If
911 because didn't
if
Trace Ellis said that he called, even on his interview, he said call the police department. He didn't say 911. And I think it was said. I don't know if it's 100% sure, but I thought I remember it being said that he called the police department, not 911. It wasn't dispatch.
So you won't hear the 911 call. You won't hear his voice, but what you will hear is dispatch saying, respond to the area of 107 whatnot Aspen Street in California City for a missing juvenile or two missing juveniles. That's what you will hear. You don't hear that
So
the
how
entire
were they
day.
dispatched out if there wasn't a call made? How would they know to go?
I'm sorry?
How would they know to go over to the Aspen house if there wasn't a call made?
Okay, so if there wasn't a call made, then you wouldn't have heard that dispatch at all.
No, I
So
know, but
it's
so why would the cops have showed up that night if a call was not made?
he may have known one of them personally and said, "Hey, come over here. I got a camera watching me do this for the cameras."
Okay. Hmm.
Isn't that creepy as hell? But anybody, any of you in this chat right now, I hope she's got 1K listening. She's got, I can't see.
No.
Um,
Is it possible to listen to the scanner in another country?
yeah, it is. Go to download the scanner app and
Audio crack
download
said I have a membership with yeah, because you get the membership with that.
Broadcastify. Look at Audio Crack right now. They're telling you I have a membership with Broadcastify.
Yeah.
It costs $15. I think 4 months, 3 months or 4 months, and you can listen to anything, any county, any state here in the US.
Right.
And you can listen to the archives and you can go back for at least a year. You can go back to December 21st and you can listen to the entire day. You don't hear squat about Aspen.
You know what? So you can go and listen back to today when they went to the West House then, right?
Absolutely.
There you go. Hmm.
And you want to go on um, Bakersfield Police Department, because there's certain categories you can go into. So when you go, you're going to go to California, Kern County, and then there's sub um, categories. You're going to go to Bakersfield Police. So you don't hear a darn thing, and you would hear California City as well on that channel, and you don't. And I sat here like a maniac because Uncle Pedro over here was like, "Nah, I gotta go to work, but you need to listen to this." And we tried, and he even came home and he sat here the whole night with his phone to his ear, laying in bed, and he's like, "I didn't hear anything about California City, Aspen." But he
Right.
did hear a California City call that day on that same channel.
Are there a lot of calls like that when you're
Hmm.
listening to the scanner, like um, where you can hear back and forth? I know with Allie and the dispatcher,
Hmm.
but are there calls where sometimes you just hear the dispatcher dispatching somebody like you heard on that call?
You won't hear the caller, but every once in a while, you'll hear the dispatcher telling the officer, and you'll hear another dispatcher in the background talking to the caller, screaming. So it's occasional. It's
Is it this
not
one? Can
never
you
that.
see your
Oh,
screen? Is it this or is it a different one?
I'm sorry.
Can you see the screen?
Let me see. Hold on. Okay. Yes. 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 Yes.
It's
You're
this
there,
one.
babe. You're there.
Okay.
okay. So I'm wondering if he called, like you said, um, the police non-emergency line.
It doesn't matter. No matter what, they're gonna dispatch it over the scanner and say, um, California City PD, be on the lookout for missing juveniles. Like, it's a big deal. They're not just gonna not broadcast that over the scanner.
Yeah, but to have him not talk, like you said, they do sometimes some calls come out, so there's got to be something happening where you're not hearing the caller.
No,
He's
you
got to
won't
be
hear
calling
Trudeau. You
somewhere.
won't hear him. You'll never hear that because that is private. But you'll hear the dispatcher tell the officer, "Hey, we just had a caller call in for this."
And the location. That's all right.
Exactly. The location, and you may not even hear the exact address, but you'll hear Aspen Street and
Hmm.
two juveniles. I mean, we have kids missing all the time from Wasco, especially because of COVID. These kids don't want to be freaking home, so they're
Right.
taking off. And you hear every day, juvenile reported missing from this address. Mom said that juvenile took off because they were upset,
Hmm.
and it's not going to be any different for two juveniles. You would have heard it.
Right.
Listen to it. Go ahead. Go. She showed you the exact screen.
Oh,
Broadcastify. You can
Yeah.
go to the
Let me
same
put it
date.
back. Oh, I just already put in that in, but that's what it looks like. Let's see if I could get my phone right.
There it is. Good old Uncle Pedro. He's the one that found it for me.
And
There it
then I
is. Kern County Fire listens to California City. You see that right there? There it
sorry.
is. And to become a member, like what was the person on here? Audio Crack?
Hmm.
They know you have to become a member, and yes, you do have to pay $15, but it's worth it to listen back. You can backtrack.
Right.
Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Williams, we're all learning today. I'm so glad I called in instead of sleeping.
I'm glad I'm doing live because I'm like, gosh,
Anything for my Uncle Pedro.
oh my gosh, vote for Pedro.
I know. We need to make shirts. Oh, for Pedro. He's gonna call in. Oh my god, you guys are gonna laugh when you hear his little voice.
Oh, is he gonna call in?
No, not
Oh
tonight.
wait,
But
you're messaging him
he
still, or
wants
he's
to
at work?
so bad.
He should call and put him on speakerphone.
I know. And yesterday
Yeah.
was hearsay. Yeah, and see if there was anything called in yesterday, you would have heard it. At least some kind of call for service. It's called call for service. They won't tell you all the details, but you'll hear the address.
Maureen Walsh. Am I right in saying there were no warrants issued yesterday in Bakersfield? A lot of hearsay going on, and I don't think this happened yet. I don't know. I don't know if there were warrants served. That was what was being said.
POP.
I went out to the house. When I went out there was no law enforcement out there. Somebody did say it was on the news. Does anybody see that news statement she was talking about?
I
About
watch a YouTuber that's a retired New York police officer, Duty
Iran?
Ron,
Mm-hmm.
and he knows somebody. He spoke to somebody at Bakersfield PD, and he said that it was not true. None of it was true. They didn't arrest anybody. They didn't do any warrants. They didn't do anything.
Okay, because I forget her name. Let me see. She had came on here earlier and she said that was on the news, right? Oh, Remy.
Yeah.
She said it was on the news, I believe.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what he said. I guess because everybody was saying that YouTubers were popping up, so
right,
he did a real quick, like 5 minute live, excuse me,
right.
to let everybody know that it wasn't true.
I was trying to find the because like I said, I'm waiting for Bayon Wang to message me back just to confirm it. But obviously it was late, and I didn't see that. Whatever news she's talking about, I didn't see it.
Yeah, I tried to look too. I didn't see anything.
I heard
Um,
you on LV's last night on Potomac.
Audio Crack 22 says exactly yes. Become a member. You can download, but you can also listen with a free account, but you cannot download the audio on the free version.
Can you listen to the archives though? Like old dispatch calls? Because I mean,
As far as the mall goes, no. I mean, I don't know. I haven't not heard any updates. Or are we still with the last? No. Yeah. As far as I know, the last confirmed sighting was December 21st.
I love the updates. We all do. I just wish that like they would. I mean, I don't want to wish that they would keep them to themselves, but I kind of do because I don't want the people that are bringing the kids out and about to get any heads up. Like, let them continue to bring them out and about. You know,
Right.
we don't want them to know that we've seen them.
Okay. Yeah, Maureen, I hope I'm saying that right. I heard Duty Run saying he got in contact with authorities and it was debunked. Right, yeah, because somebody on here, Remy came on here earlier. She said, I'm still trying to find it right now. She said it was on the news or
Yeah,
something.
that's what I just said. Duty Ron had said that it was not true.
So did the news post it and then it
Oh,
found to be
nice.
not true? Or no? Audio Crack says, this is a reply to you, Shelly, I believe. Yes, but I think you are limited to how many archives you can listen to per day with the free version. So you could possibly still listen to it, you're just limited. Sharon, I honestly don't believe the sightings, but I hope I'm wrong. Um, yeah. Uh, I would love for somebody to have given sighting because that means that they're here in Bakersfield. They're safe. Well, they're living, and I don't think either one of the sightings actually conf- Well, I don't, you know what? I don't know who confirmed the mall sighting. I have no idea. I heard about a motel sighting that they were covered from head to toe, so their face wasn't shown. As far as the mall goes, I don't know who reported that or what they were wearing, if their face was visible or anything like that. Um, so I'm not sure.
They say that in California City that they have cameras there on California City Boulevard. I mean, they
She said Irish blood. I'm actually Irish as well. You said they said what?
they were saying that there's some kind of surveillance cameras there on California City Boulevard.
I have no idea about that. I'm not from out there. I've only been out there a handful of times. And when I was out there just recently, I wasn't really looking for cameras because there was already people who showed us on their channel walking around and who had channels and I mean who had cameras and not around that Aspen Street in the neighborhood. I was more or less paying attention to why aren't there flyers everywhere in that city?
You know
I
what?
guess
What gets us is
it's
that why are people like so against the whole search? Like people were even bad mouthing Roro. Like why? Why are you doing that? Like anybody that wants to get this story out there, like praise them. Why would you like badmouth them? Like let's get this story out there. Why would you even want to detour the search?
right. Man, like I said, every positive is followed by a couple negatives, and
Absolutely.
that has shown to be true. You know, and for the positive people who are out here searching, unfortunately, they're getting backlash and they're getting negatives, and it's not
It's
fair and it's not
odd.
right, and they're doing everything out of the goodness of their heart, and here they are getting negative things thrown at them.
That's wild. That's wild. Like anytime you hear a missing child, everybody's like, "Oh my god, let's find them." Not like, "Oh, let's stop those people."
Right.
Odd.
Yeah, because when I went into California City on the 28th, I'm telling you, there was no flyers. There was this one main one that said, "Where are the boys?" and there was the missing poster. That was it. I was like, are you serious right now? This is where they were allegedly reported missing from. You'd think, and California City, like I said, it's big, but it's not big. Like it's big because there's desert. City wise and housing complex wise, it's small. So you'd think it'd be plastered with flyers
Oh yeah,
and I didn't see not one out there, not one.
it's just so sad.
Yeah. Mr. and Miss Wing said, but if they were seen at the mall, why wouldn't you call the police and let them know while you are still in the mall? Yeah, I mean that's true. I don't know where that came from. I don't know who said that they seen them, but
I'm
you
thinking a lot of people
did
are
call the
kind of
cops.
thinking law enforcement is not doing their part, but it's just because maybe California City has exhausted all their resources, so they are giving off the wrong impression. But I really don't think that law enforcement doesn't want these kids found. I think people just are getting the wrong impression from other influences.
Right. And two, California City's so small, as far as their law enforcement goes. That now that Bakersfield took the lead, there's so many of them. I don't know how many's on the case, but it has to be sped up. It has to be. Things are going to go faster. And like I said, I think their first move is, which they probably did today. Actually, they said they debunked today's, right? So either way, if it's not true, I think Bakersfield, the first thing they're gonna do is question everybody.
Yeah, that's what he was saying that in the interview that with Bayan Way that he heard the detective say um now we're going to be able to re-interview or re-follow up on interviews or something of the sort.
Well, they need to be re-interviewing the adopted parents if they're re-interviewing anybody.
Absolutely.
The
Just
whole
consider
world
the source.
get into that.
Go straight to the source. Where
Right.
did you last see, and what were you wearing, and what were you eating, and what did they eat, and everything?
Right.
What were
Yeah.
they? What shoes did they have on?
Right. And I wish more questions were asked because the news they take out their little list of questions and things like that and
I think it really
I
screwed them up to have the bio family there screaming at them. Why didn't they just go inside their house and talk to them like regular people? You always see people inside their house talking to the news.
well
Like, why
see
can't
that this the thing too is in regard if the bio family because they were the so bio family being there you'd think it put more pressure on them and I'll tell you if it's my kids if I had adopted kids the bio family was there telling me that that's my niece and nephew I would be screaming I have taken care of them you know what I mean
Oh,
you're
for
gonna
sure. Yeah, you would have been like, "Hey, look,
defending yourself
I'm helping
and
with help me."
so that just proved more guilty because it's like you're not showing that. Don't get me wrong, there are some people who are just generally calm and they don't
No,
take
I
it.
just think that they're liars, and having the bio family there was more of an excuse than anything. Like they were just like, "Oh, this is why." When
Right.
instead, they should have had no excuse. They should have just been
Right.
like, "Okay,
They should have hella defended themselves, especially with because the bio family was what was she saying? Those are my nephews. You were supposed
I
to take
would have been in jail.
right. And I
same,
I would have been screaming
same."
right back, like you know what I mean? And you didn't. You looked and you're like, this is why we didn't want to do this. You know what I mean? Like what?
And then she says, "Where do you live?" Like, bitch,
Yeah, yeah, she did
where are
say
your kids?
right. Oh, because was she talking to the aunt, huh? Because she said something about her. I have 6 kids, and right? Is that what she said? The bio aunt, or the one that was like,
She said, "I have 9 kids."
9 kids. There you go. And is that who she asked? Where do you live? Because I remember her saying, "Where do you live?"
I don't.
I
I
didn't know
think
who
it
that was
was the
directed.
man.
Yeah, because I don't know who that was directed towards.
I don't know, but she has some balls to be worried about her kids, and all of a sudden switch over to, "And where do you live?" Like, bitch, don't worry about that. Worry about your
Right,
kids right now.
right. Yeah, exactly. Why would you even ask that? You know what I
Horrible.
mean? Like, I get it if you were yelling and yelling and yelling, and then you ask that. Because I mean, if it was me, I would have been hella yelling. Like I am. I'm doing it every single day. Like I have them here. They're my kids. Like I am taking care of them. What are you talking about? You know what I mean?
I'd be falling
But,
apart.
right. Audio crack 22. No. As of right now, no sightings of Jackson that I know of. Um, I do want to go soon and sit and wait and just see because that I know of nobody has seen her. I'm pretty sure that there's people sitting and waiting. And oh my gosh, it is 5 o'clock in the morning. Go back to bed. But I want to sit. I do. I'm like,
I'm
I
gonna
don't want
hop
to do
into the
anything.
chat, you guys. Uncle Pete's
But,
gonna be getting off work at 6, so if you guys are still on, I'm gonna get Uncle Pete on here.
right. Okay. Okay. Cool. That'd be cool if I'm still on here. I'm getting a little tired, but um.
Yes. Okay, Uncle Pete says much love, and let's find them boys. And
Yes.
I won't
Yes.
even tell you the last thing he said.
Oh,
Like,
tell us. Tell us.
good night, Uncle Pete for president. Bye bye.
You got our
Good
vote.
night. I mean, good morning.
Yeah. Good
Good
morning.
morning.
But yeah, as far as Jacqueline goes, no, I don't know that anybody has seen her. I do want to sit. I don't want to like be stalker status, but I definitely want to see because nobody heard anything from her or her side of the family or anything like that. So I definitely want to know. That's for sure. She said 9. 9 kids, and she never leaves them out of her sight. I'm sure Jacqueline asked the bio dad where he lives. Yeah, yeah. I don't know who she was asking or like why she was even asking, because not like she was defending herself to begin with. Anyways, it's not like they man. I don't know. They're so emotionless.
Well, I think Jacqueline is probably going through stuff because she's got to do what she's got to do to try and get her two kids back.
And that's why I'm saying too. I'm like, man, if somebody can get the right person can get a hold of Jacqueline and be like, look, you have two biological children of your own. Like, how would you like it if two other foster parents came along and did whatever you guys did to your children? You know what I mean? Like, knowing that your two children, your two biological children, are now going to end up in the foster
Well,
system. How
see,
do you
I'm
feel?
wondering, I hope this nothing happened to the boys. I really hope they find them somewhere. But God forbid something happened. If she knows, she has to talk eventually to get her boys back.
Right.
Because if she doesn't talk, she's going to lose them.
Well, I don't know
She
necessarily.
won't get them back.
I don't know if she has to talk to get them back. There was something just released that about getting the kids back, something about 4 months or something like that. I don't think she has to give a statement like publicly or anything like that to get her kids back. I think she has to
Well,
pass.
I'm just saying, like, if they find something, let's say they find something, some evidence, and they're gonna, get her along with him, she would
Yeah,
have to talk to, be able to, yeah, I'll roll over on him to keep my kids or whatever, do
right.
something. I would throw his ass under the bus so fast.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If the right person was to go talk to her and be like, look, man, your kids, you got two bio. Think about your children. You're never going to see them again unless you talk. If you talk, they're going to cut you a deal. Be the smart one and take the deal, because if you don't, he is, or something. You know what I mean?
Right.
Convince her and let her know, like, there's a possibility you can probably get a deal. And if not, he's going to take it before you do. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I guess to take the right person. You know what I mean?
You know, but
But,
she's a mom, whether she cared about these two little boys or not. She has her own two,
right.
so she's a
Mhm.
mom, so she knows what it's like at this moment, what it feels like to have your children taken away. So
Exactly.
she's got to have some sort of compassion now and realize the pain of that.
Right. Mhm.
Maybe at some point, unless she's really a cold hard, hearted bee.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like I said, it needs to be the right person talking to her, letting her know, like, look, you got your two kids, you're never gonna see them again. Unless you speak up, unless you do the right thing. You know what I mean? You take the deal instead of him taking the deal. Say the right thing. There's might be a chance you could see your kids again. If not, forget about it. You're never seeing them again. Like play the guilty card. You know what I mean? And then also you gotta turn the cards. Like he's gonna take the deal, not you. Or you know, I'm sure the investigators, if and when they interview them, will do that.
I can't see him letting her be interviewed without him around, but it's weird. Where is she?
Right. I don't know where she's at.
Huh,
I
I
don't.
wonder if, we don't know a whole lot. Maybe she is talking. Do they
Well,
have her somewhere?
you know what? I don't know. As far as I know, which I don't even know if it's true, it's just what I think everybody thinks. Chazel's at his mother's house. Jacqueline was at her mother's house, and for a period of time, they said the sheriff went, or I believe the sheriff went to the Casa Loma apartment, found out that Jacqueline was living there, but she was not on the lease. So the manager told her that she had to leave. Something about staying in a field or a tent or something, not showering, or I'm not sure what that story was. Then I went and spoke to another neighbor. at the Casa Loma. And that's what she had also told me. She told me, no, she don't live here. They live on opposite sides, so she didn't really know. But she's like, as far as I know, the manager told her Jacqueline's mom that Jacqueline can't live here because she's not on the lease. And I was like, yeah, but you know she lives here. She was a Spanish speaking woman, so I don't speak at all. Like, I will understand it and I could speak a little bit, but she had told me too. Let me see if I have that picture in here. She gave me, she has a card to a detective in Bakersfield, and the card says homicide detective on it. And I was like, what? Why does it say homicide? Here it is. Why does it say homicide detective? Is that just what it says? And she said, and this was at the march. Let me see. When we did the march at Casa Loma Apartments, that was this night. It was February 8th. On February 8th, she had told me 2 weeks prior to February 8th, it was a week or 2 weeks prior, that they did go search the Casa Loma Apartments. They talked to anybody that was out and about. They went knocking on doors and everything else. This is the card. A Felipe Juarez, a detective robbery homicide SWAT. And this is the card right here. If
Oh,
anybody
okay.
wants to see it. So that is what the neighbor gave me. She didn't want me taking a picture, really. Cause I'm like, I did. She didn't want her name put out there. You know what I mean? So I was like, oh, you know, you're good. I'm not gonna put your name out there. You know what I mean? And
Right.
because she was not really involved anyways, they questioned her along with a bunch of other people they questioned. So, but they gave her that card. So I was like, I'm interested in that card because as far as I knew, I didn't think they searched over there. She's like, oh yeah, they were looking, like with their flashlights on all the ground covered area. They were knocking on people's doors asking. She thought they came and asked me. She don't live anywhere by their apartment. She don't live anywhere by their apartment, and they still asked her. So, yeah, I don't know. They did not that they searched the actual apartment because there's that lady that lives there now, but they searched around there, and like I said, what at this point, what can you find around an apartment complex? If you have anything there, you're gonna dispose of it in a trash can. But
Right. The dumpster. Yeah.
and
That's
so
another thing. They could have done the dumpster thing. They'll
right,
never find the boys that way.
and that and as sad as it is, that happens. It happens in cases. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a lot.
Oh, what is the chat talking about? Seems like everyone is getting bashed and bashing each other. Of course, yeah. I don't know why that's happening. People are. People definitely are. I don't know why they're bashing each other. They have two different beliefs. One's for one side, the other's for the other side. I think. I believe she has been sleeping a lot for the new baby that's coming. Oh, you talking about Jacqueline being pregnant? There, she might be. She might be. She might be sleeping a lot. Maybe that's why she's not coming around. I think she's hiding out. I don't know. Um, yeah, she very well could be pregnant. Who knows? I really feel that there's a new baby in the midst. You could be right. You could be right. Let's see. How long does it? She's pretty thin. She's a pretty thin chick. How long does it take to get a baby bump when you're that thin? You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm a bigger girl. It took me a while, but that's next time we see her. Who knows? uh,
If we see her, she's hiding.
right, exactly. We're gonna find her. We'll find her. Somebody will find her. I don't know. Bio mom said the boys were hungry all the time, and she wasn't even left with diapers and wipes, nothing when they would visit her. And she even told CPS about it. And the sickening part is, she mentioned that sometimes she was left with one diaper. What are they supposed to do? Share diapers? Share the same diaper? You know what I mean? I did. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. From what I seen pictures from before when Bio Mom had them, and now that's a big difference. This whole case is sad. This whole case is sad, and there's too much drama revolving around it, and people fighting and arguing and talking about each other. And I've never seen so much drama revolving around one case. It's crazy. It is crazy. It's sad. It's sad.
Yeah.
If she's pregnant, CPS will take. You know what? That's a good question. I think so. Since her other kids are taken, CPS has all her other kids. I think if she's pregnant, CPS will take that baby too. I think so.
Right. Yeah. If she has her other kids gone. Yeah. I think that's
Um,
how it works, isn't it?
yeah, I think so. I mean, that's what they did to Miss Dean. That's what they did to her. You know what I mean? They
Yeah.
they once they took him. When she was pregnant, she had him, the other baby. They took him right away. So yeah, if Jacqueline is a different because she's under investigation for foul play. You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly. They're not gonna put her in the home if they think she might have harmed other children.
Right. And if they thought that they were safe to have their kids back, they would have had their kids back
They would
for real.
have them back. Right.
So, one diaper and one sippy cup only. So I heard as well. Yeah, that's what I heard too. I don't know. They should have something was wrong already there, dropping them off like that.
Well, you think they'd go out and get jobs? They ain't got no money right now.
Yeah, it's selling beats. It's selling beats. What about Jacqueline? I mean, I get the stay at home mom part, but then you gotta have a hardworking man to be a stay at home mom, and what
Yeah,
he was.
but why was she a stay-at-home mom? Because he's controlling.
Well, no, I'm just saying in general, because you got a lot of women who are stay at home mothers
Right, you
while
do.
not working. And so maybe that's what she wanted. But you got to have a husband who's hardworking to be a stay at home mom. And that's not what he was.
Right.
He was a stay at home dad, and you were a stay at home mom with no income besides checks this from the state, Um, and maybe from welfare, I don't know. She was able to get cash aid for her two biological, probably. I don't know. CPS workers do not care. Sometimes you sound tired. I hope they find the boys. I'm tired. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of CPS workers don't care, and that's what I say. The thing that there's a big difference. Like if it was my case and somebody else's cases, we'd probably have two different cases. It'd go two different ways, and that's here in Kern County especially. You know, a lot of these workers they definitely treat people
Well,
different.
like the other girl was saying, though, out there at Cal City, it takes longer to get a social worker out there, so
Right.
they may not have had a social worker check on them yet.
And
There's
they
got
may.
to be some weird reason why they reported the boys when they reported the boys, so something was going to happen. But I don't think it was a check on the adopted boys because once you're adopted, nobody, quite frankly, they don't give a crap what happens to your kids when they're adopted. So it didn't have anything to do with that. So I'm wondering what made them all of a sudden decide to say they were missing.
Right. Yep.
So
This
that's what's kind of weird.
this whole case is weird. Everything about this case, everything. I mean, it's not just one kid. It's two kids. I'm like that already. Their interview didn't make no sense. They didn't know what to say. They were caught off guard. They're not out here searching. They're still not speaking. They're not saying thank you. They're not doing nothing. And not on top of that, don't get me wrong. I don't think Jamal is all innocent. I think he knows what's going on, but he makes it he makes sure when he does his statement to make sure he separates himself from them. He says, we, the extended family. That's what he says. You
Who?
know,
The other guy?
Jamal, which is Trezel's half brother.
Oh, okay, that's who he is. Okay.
Yeah, he makes sure to say we, the extended family. Not our the West family. He makes sure to keep them separate. You know what I mean? So
Right.
but I don't know. This fighting in two different sides. He got out of hand, and so But needs to stop. It may have been a hoax about yesterday's alleged warrants and arrests to stir the pot. I don't know. I don't know who said that there were warrants or arrests made, or who originally said that. We all did go check it out. There was quite a few of us there. Um, was it said to stir the pot? I don't know. Maybe somebody seen somebody leave in a car that looked like a police car. I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. Everything's everywhere. Everything is so twisted and turned upside down right now with everything everybody's saying. So yeah, I don't know, man. You don't and that's why I'm waiting for the news to get back to me. You know what I mean? Because and sometimes the news gets it twisted. So I don't know.
Yeah, I went and looked when I kept seeing everything, and then that's when that guy Duty Ron came on because I couldn't find anything on the news, and
Right,
that's when the Duty Ron came on, and he said, and he only came on for a few minutes just to let people know that he spoke to his friend that worked for Bakersfield, and that none of it was true.
right. Yeah. So let's see. They lived off welfare, food stamps, Medi-Cal, more for kids. A free ride for a free meal chip. I don't know because they were saying that you can't get cash aid for adopted. That's what you guys were saying, right? You cannot get cash aid for adopted kids.
No, because they have their own. No.
So can you get food stamps for adopted kids?
Yeah.
Okay, so that'd probably be how many? Does anybody know how much food stamps? What would
No.
they be? Family of 8, right?
I don't. I have no idea.
Sounds
I
like a
don't
lot.
even know how. I don't even know how much for a family of one.
So I mean, family of 8. That sounds like quite a bit. So they weren't getting money. I guess that you can't, but they could have still got money for their 2 boys,
I
right?
think
The
they
payment,
probably were getting money for the four of them. Yeah.
right? Wait, oh yeah, the 4 of them, yeah, because them and their
See,
biological.
they could have been getting cash aid for the four of them, but food stamps for all eight of them.
You need to go lay down, crazy butt. She woke up and she's just up. Oh my goodness. You don't come over here because you have. You're not dressed right. She got her pajamas on, a shirt, and you have underwear on. You don't have no shorts on or nothing. Lay down. Right. You still got pajamas on. Let's see. Yes, Angela, 100%. Not just some people, majority of people. Um, it says some people talk down about the bio mother. A majority of the people are talking down about the bio mother, and she's getting all kinds of backlash. You know what I mean? And it's sad because a lot of the things that they're saying aren't even true. Um, out of there, a lot of the things they're pulling out of their ass, we have no idea where they came from. It was never stated. You know what we do know was what was stated from her or from her interview. You know what I mean? There's things that, like I said, it don't matter if it's her. It don't matter if it's a YouTuber, if it's a searcher. That things get twisted and turned upside down. It don't matter who you are. People do not have to like each other, but as adults should be respectful. Absolutely, I think we should be respectful. Don't get me wrong. That's not to say that majority of us can't and won't lose our tempers at some point either, because we can, you know. But for the most part, yeah, keeping things respectful for sure.
Okay, Missy, I'm getting tired now, so I will
Right. Yeah,
talk
I'm
to you
gonna
later
call.
and watch you.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it a night as well. My eyes. I'm getting tired. Yeah, I'll definitely have to do a live chat again because um Oh, is Pedro back on here? Pedro, I did not know you were back on here. I was trying to catch up with the comments. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and get off. It's 5 o'clock in the morning here, so I'll be barely getting a couple hours of sleep, if that.
If
Um,
that, 'cause you have kids up now.
right, my daughter's up. She woke up and she's just up and seems like she's wide awake. So I probably won't get no sleep because I got my nieces here too with me. They'll be up in about an hour. So all right, you guys, I'm gonna call it a night. I'll be doing another live soon, hopefully. Now that I know, I still don't know how to function this all the way. It won't let me click my link or anything. Hopefully, I have better luck next time. But all right, guys, I'm gonna
Okay. Good
call
night,
it
everybody.
for joining us. Sorry it got so late slash early. But all right, yeah, I gotta go. I gotta take an ibuprofen because this the brightness of these screens, and then I got a long day ahead of me because this little one's up still. All right, guys. She said up all night. All right, guys. Thank you guys for joining, and hopefully that we'll get another video up soon. I like the open discussion videos. That way we could talk about anything. We could talk about specific things. But I personally like the open ones. You can talk about anything and everything. But all right, guys, I am gonna go. Well, I sit next to my daughter and I fall asleep because she's up. But bye for now. Yes, bye for now. And hopefully I'll get this thing. I'll learn how to work this thing even better, and then we'll do another live stream soon.